relatively well here. Yes. So far, so good. Yes. Good morning, everyone. We are going to be playing Hearts of Iron 3 today. And so let's continue this. Let me start an episode here, I guess. Wrong key. That's why it didn't work. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at Black Ice 10.41. Now we are restarting over and going to take a look and see how things are working with this. Had a very nice chat, well, at least, yesterday with most of the devs for the game. You might want to check that out on my channel. Now, a while ago, a few days ago, when 10.41 update came out, I installed it. They said it was likely save game compatible, and very, very quickly I was getting instability issues again. Reverted back to 10.4.0, and stability issues gone. They thought that it was probably due to switching from one to the other, but we're going to be seeing about this today because we're starting fresh with this. Let's see if we have any stability issues while being live. And this is recorded live, so we may get some chat here eventually. Okay, let's just do a few things here. The long starting process. Don't let this deceive you. Okay, now we're going to click this. They suggest you leave this up at all times because not necessarily this, but like ministers and economy, and then hit OK. Oh, it does sort of work through. You can just close it here, and then it's still available here. The problem with this is, and I explained to them, you don't know when. Hello, Eric. How you doing today? You don't know when when a new decision comes available, so you're constantly going back to this. So play it as you will. One of the things in Black Ice Ministers don't only give you flat effects, but they also are responsible for your civilian economy, right? But building, oh, here it is, building types. You can see which minister types give which buildings as time goes on. Thank you, Eric. I hope it was enjoyable for people to watch. You have to realize those guys are game devs. I mean, their game is built on top of the base game, and my game, if you will, which is much less ambitious than Black Ice, is built on top of Black Ice. So you get a perspective of how to develop a game, and they're doing a lot more. Radar stations, air superiority, proponent. So, okay, so let's close this for the moment. Yes, we cannot build radar, but I think you can. Mr. Coco Man. And how are you doing today? Well, good. Yeah, it was something you didn't need to watch, that's for sure. So, need to research radar to build the radar buildings, of course. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to fire this and disable it because I don't want it there for the moment. And we're going to do the 1936 start here, which unlocks everything. Well, very good, Mr. Coco Man. You do what you need to do. I'm just glad you show up once in a while. Okay, as they sort of say, normal is sort of normal or as close as they're willing to commit to being historical. Because I could go into a long hours long, literally, of why we don't know what, what is historically correct, because the information isn't all available for us. Okay, we're going to do this. Let's do nothing there. Let's come down here, skip this all together. We're going to do normal Soviets. We're just going to do normal everything. I have played on a bunch of these for the the opposition as on hard and on difficulty level hard. But when I'm really just trying to figure out what the mod is doing, I want to play it on normal. Not so much. I'm not looking so much for a playing challenge, like, can I win the game? I already sort of know that I can. Now that doesn't mean I can on the hardest level, but on what GoFaz or whatever, it's more taking a look and seeing how everything is balanced. And hello, Turn Low, how you doing? We of course love everyone who's live, but I realize so many people can't make it live. Okay. How much are we going to try to min-max the start of this? Okay, well, let's see what we can do here. France. Before France starts disliking us too much, let's offer to sell them about 10 money's worth, because I want to keep it going. Yeah, there we go. Those supplies. And Britain again before they start disliking us too much. Let's see if we can. Yeah, let's see what we can do about 20 in supplies. Well, there we go. And of course, if you guys have any questions about anything reasonable, please post them. The game or other things. Right, okay. This is one of the things I find most controversial. Okay. Accepted agreement, very good. Monthly change is going down. And then we like metal. Yes, you may. Right, okay. We're going to lift the blockade, but it is with some people they've noted they think that people don't realize you need to send troops into this area to fully get the effects removed. Just need a basic garrison unit, but we'll send in a bit more. I don't know how much we'll be able to get. Okay, lots of events and just everything just happened. Okay. Romania would like 30 metal for some money. Yes. Okay, 4 small shipyards, 5 medium, 3 capital, 5 submarines, 18 small factories, artillery factories. This is all part of the start. Light, medium, military college, research labs, supplies, rail terminal. Okay, a lot of stuff going on at start in this game. Now, the other thing we need to come in here and do is look at, we do remember we have the Minister of Science here. We're going to look at Armaments Minister. We're going to do, man, I'm going to, check production efficiency. That's a little better. Minister of Security, we're going to come over. Here, take a look at some of the way they've changed some of this stuff. Yeah, although national pride, man, the people, ruling party support. Guess we're going to do that. Technical specialists. Just looking for, and here we can also put Shacked in there. It's where they're giving his IC bonuses. Hello, challenge boys, and hello, Omar. How are you doing today? Which mod can I run with? I don't know that there's any mods specifically yet out for 10.40 or 4.1. Definitely TRE, and even I'd have to look at Tanganyika to see if they've changed things enough. Tanganyika might, I'm just saying might, be usable, but I wouldn't look at that as being we're going to go to mixed industry. Here we're sort of doing a min-max start. Now I'm going to eventually have some words on what's going to, very likely there will be an update to TRE to work with it. I'm at this time giving no time scale as to when. We're going to put that aside. Okay. So I'm running this right now purely on base mod, if you will. Budget reserve, we need to be careful now. Right, that's some of the stuff I don't like. Okay, that's pretty good. We've got our ICs up relatively high. And now we can do the actual reoccupation of the Rhineland event. Wait for another day to tick over. We don't want to deal with that just yet. Right. Now, I think because we've done the political shift here to mixed industries, we've got, I think, the best setup for production here. So let's see how, if we can, with the modifications, do Reich economics and build new manufacturing. Now, didn't kick it over to larger than 2 and 2. Rostock and Wilhelmshaven have a heavy industry now. Okay, very good. Yes, do your worst. Okay, well, okay. Budget reserves, disagree with that. What does it say that Germany had? We may use Krupp cemented steel. So cemented armor, closed hangar. Berghoff, yes, 5%. Opel Blitz. What is... Well, we could have more things. Well, yes, we do want to have more things in production. And so, start here with Berlin. 1, 2. Get our industry going really, really strong. No industry yet. It's just 2 more, but still 2 more is nice. Is Norway difficult in black ice? To play or to invade? Sorry, I don't know which way you're talking there, Eric. Heavy industry. Would be heavy industry out here. To play. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, to not have Germany munch you, that would be difficult, but just to play it, no. Norway's pretty weak. Years ago, and then somebody has, and I have it bookmarked, made a mod dealing with Sweden that was pretty nice, but I don't know too much that, you know, mod specifically for Norway, but yeah, no, it's not hard to play. You don't do much. Just sort of wait to get invaded and then try to last as long as you can. Okay, now we want to come up here and move all of these to the top. Basically this order. There we go. Now let's move those to the bottom, those to the bottom. These back to the top again. Shuffling stuff around is a bit different. Hey Beam Slam, how you doing today? All right. Decent start for industry and production with what we have here. Now we still have more things to do. Military academy, airport level, railway level, road network level. Mixed support brigades. So for motorized mixed support, we get to choose 4 upgrade groups. Motorized, once you choose, it will only be available for research. So what do we want to focus on for our motorized? And picking these does affect the cost of production. So if you do assault guns, which are, Stimmgeschütz, in the German terms here, very much so, you put them in, they're going to be an expensive motorized element for sure, and I don't know that we want to do that. Now there will be a time to get a mechanized, proper armored support. So we're going to go with reconnaissance. We're going to go with engineers. We're going to go with artillery, because that's just so basic. And we're going to go with anti-air, because if anything, I'm going to want to stick in a proper anti-tank unit instead of one of these mixed support units here. So that gets it for that. Very good, Beam Slam. Please report what you find, either, at some point your game. So far, stability's been very good for me, so I'm enjoying that. That was what I didn't like about the last one. Hello, mister. Hi, how you doing? And so let's come here for the standard. This is non-motorized, just standard mix support. You can see we have a few more choices here as well. Again, I'll point out those guys aren't soldiers. Those are Reich Arbeitsdienst workers, basically. National Labor Service people. Yes, they're carrying guns, but no, they're not soldiers. Okay, so here we have a lot other choices. So if you want to do amphibious, armor upgrade, infantry tank, like if you're going the British route. But this is just your your non-motorized unit. So it isn't going to be particularly fast. It would have been better, in my opinion, it would be better if you're going to do something like assault guns, put them in the mixed support. So we're just going to do reconnaissance, engineers. We will have another. Yeah, we're going to do artillery, and we're going to do anti-air upgrade as well. Yeah, anti-air is good and cheap. And, we can quickly go in and see here if we were, well, this is probably the easiest here. Anti-tank here. At this basic level here, you have a piercing of 20 and heart attack of 36. Where anti-aircraft, not talking about heavy anti-aircraft, regular anti-aircraft, you have a piercing of only 6 and heart attack of 3. So it is not really a substitute for anti-tank. Where now here you have, I guess you have it. There will be some effects that will, I think maybe dual purpose guns. It's maybe one of them that will give you a lot of piercing, because this will eventually represent the Flak 88s, and of course heart attack of 13. So it'll get better as we research things. So yeah, and so I figure they're no longer allowing units to go to the 8 brigades. It is just the, what is it? I guess it's 7, if it isn't 8. 1, 2, yeah, and then engineers, transport, and HQ. So with the HQ unit, which is very necessary, because if you notice you take this off, this all turns gray. Need the HQ to get the combined arms bonuses. And so, yeah, it's 7 brigades. I'm used to being able to have Germany go to 8 brigades, and for most units now, without being able to go to 8 brigades, something like the mixed support becomes more important. So if, say, you're going to maybe drop engineers here, because that's one of the ones I did pick as engineers and put in motorized support here, it will also give you some AA reconnaissance. And notice this unit has no reconnaissance. I'm not entirely favored of some of this, the way this is done, but primarily because of the need for a transport unit, and I may address this with them at some point. In the base game, transport units aren't a thing, so you need to have either horse transport, German light vehicle transport, German civilian transport, or German truck transport, which is proper military trucks. So this is sort of like your for mountain vehicles and rugged terrain vehicles, and is also reasonably effective in some of the terrains where, so not to, you can also look here, costs per unit. So yeah, there's good and bad with that. Wish there was a tank battalions instead of brigades with. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Now, the base game, which has been so many years since I've ever even played it, it was set up, to have, instead of like 6,000 or 9,000 men for a brigade, was to do 3 battalions and then have like a mixed support, and then maybe one other specialty. With having this here, they're going back to that in a way, but yeah, I don't know. Good and bad to things. Okay, we're going to create the Kriegsmarine and the Luftwaffe command structures. We're going to do the historical. Now, if you don't want to, and this is mostly the integrated, is primarily for the AI. And Kriegsmarine. So we now have all of that. Now we have things we want to research. Looking for 1936 technologies here. Also, we need to do this. Okay. Lock that down. Espionage. Well, let's just blatantly bring it way down and lock it. And officers. We don't need a lot of officers right now, but we want some in training, so we'll lock that. Hey, Road Manor, how you doing? Highlights of the Q&A. One serious debate between me and them as to why they're all wrong about things. General agreement on a lot of other stuff. They explain some of their positions well. Some, like I say, money is still my 100% disagreement with them, and they're not budging on their position. So TRE is going to do things, disable things. People can, undisable them if they want to undisable them. But yeah, I like the guys, and I've known a few of them, in an online sense for years now. So it's nothing like personality conflicts when I do with that. But generally, most of the stuff I'm somewhere between approving and accepting of their changes. But I don't know. It's I think it's I had fun interviewing / talking with them. Some of the other people have said the same. So it's, if you've got 2.5 hours or something, you can listen to it in segments. Just have it on in the background. It's a fun sort of listen. Yeah, I do sort of have the game open here and point to what we're talking about, but it's you don't have to watch that to get what's going on. Hydrophones, yes. Got submarines, transports. Let's come down here. Analyze the Great War. Learn how to do Allied rolling barrages, I guess. Like, we determined that this probably should be removed. This used to be do these 3 things, then you'd unlock the extra slot for in divisions for an additional brigade. Just make this researchable kind of thing if you want to increase strength. And the support strengths don't matter, so don't even bother with those. And obviously you can decrease strengths. Why doesn't TRE look at more peace treaty options, such as partition of Africa between Germany and Italy, or transfer of India? Actually, it does, but it's in Black Ice. There is, if you look at the file structure of Black Ice, there is an starting event that happens there and there. It's called TRE. That I gave it straight to the Black Ice people way back when Panzeru was doing it. And what happens is so instead of being in TRE, it's in it's the main one of the big contributions of TRE direct that I made directly to Black Ice. It's an event that happens once Britain is defeated, and there will be partitioning and giving over territories to, like, some to Japan, some Germany, can who gets what, based, some of this, like, does Gibraltar go to Spain, or I forget the details of it. It's been many years now. So yeah, there is that. Now that is only once Britain is defeated does it fire. I mean, it becomes a government, doing air quotes, in exile kind of thing. And then you need to control certain areas. And then it will fire different, once that happens and sets a flag, it'll fire different partitioning events. So it isn't so much, I don't know, treaty or however you want to do it. But it's only dealing with British territory. Yeah, it's not dealing with French territory. It was just, and does include things like what's happening with India. So, yeah, there is that. And I just gave it, instead of making it a separate thing, I just gave it straight in. So, yeah, it does exist. Okay, this is really just informational if you don't know people. Okay, you will have chances here to select things in upcoming events. Okay, 40. We go to 44. That's about my normal amount of research at start. It seems to be good. Incendiary bombs. Let's look here. We're not really going to focus too much on carriers this playthrough. Yeah, probably just skip carriers altogether. Not that you should or shouldn't. Okay, dual, but no, this is that. Well, what I'm thinking of is, yeah, these dual purpose AA and anti-tank guns here. These will, you can see down in the bottom, piercing attack +8 for each level of this you get for the next level. Like, so maybe it's +4 every level that you get, and more hard attack. That really make those heavy AAs very effective. And also TRE is beyond that, because I did sort of guess and gave some options. Does Germany keep, I don't know, the Suez, I forget the details of it, but the Suez or something, or do you give it to Italy? Beyond that, TRE is trying to be more historically minded, as opposed to just, other nations, peace treaties that never existed. Not that they wouldn't have or couldn't have, having conditions change. But I'll tell you this, folks, for making a historically based mod, it is super easy to make events for, say, 1936 and 1937, because outside of Japan going to war with China and the outbreak of the Spanish Civil War, the world's basically at peace. So nothing's changing, because, again, if you're doing basically a historic-based idea with a start in late 39 or later, trying to make events for 1943, well, what is going to be the conditions in 1943? Do you have an event that deals with bombing in London in 43 because something happened historically in 43 that's important? But what is the condition? Maybe Germany's already conquered London, so there wouldn't be a German bombing of London. Or maybe, the Allies have already invaded Northern Europe in 43, and there's no German, air operations over Britain, so there wouldn't be the bombing raids. It's the variables, and you can program in the variables, but it gets harder and harder as the war goes on, because the players don't, which is a good thing, but they don't follow the historical script. Okay, what else do I want to do up here, if anything? I know I can come to other 36. Well, yeah, let's just go for it. Let's come here, and naval strike tactics, nav tactics, generally speaking. We got maybe 2 more slots, so let's do Fleet Auxiliary Doctrine and Capital Ship Raider. Yay. Hey, Alex, how you doing? Thank you so much for the very kind words. Okay, Sweden wants to be closer to us. Now, we're going to be, as we can come down here and see, they're still sort of quote unquote repairing the industry that they dropped on to us. Okay, great news. Road network, airports. Oh, pause. Resource shortage. Yeah, now. Okay, 10 supply factories happen to us. These are all starting sort of things. And Switzerland is taking effect. We'll see how these go. Just to sort of explain here, my current understanding. We'll just get down here. Okay. Now, and this is another contentious thing that I argued with them about, is what's the term for strategic resources that are super strategic. And they did specify that some of them, like uranium and heavy water, won't be traded. Others you can trade. I'm leery about this. Now, here, and this money thing is just, I think is inappropriate, but that's something I will disable in my mod. Now you can, and if somebody wants to dig, how to re-enable it, it can be re-enabled. I'm not killing it. I'm not ripping it out. Its guts out. I'm just actually going in and having the flag that turns this on not happen, so it doesn't start. But some of them are, positive effects of having enough aluminum, enough chromite. Others are over here, as you can see, like here. Yes, we have the I guess zinc available, or in the Nordhausen we have the but we don't have copper. And Germany, and I know the Soviet Union, had serious deficits in copper. So basically, without getting copper, you don't have you have a metal -10, because you're using sort of junk or soft steel in replacing of copper. And here you need to have New Vickers non-cemented ship 1 to be able to have this. But then if you have that, then you also need to have, I think it's nickel, but maybe some other stuff too. You got to read all that, but yeah. Is Arno here? Hello, Arno. How you doing? It's been very good with 4.0 for me for a while. This is really my first starting of properly starting 4.1, and we're testing it out. It seems good so far. No instability issues yet. Okay, so we've jumped up by almost a full leadership, or maybe slightly more. And there will be things that will raise and lower leadership as we go along. Operating. We can do military police. Yeah, well, right now we would give them money for rare materials. Not that much money. No, decline. I'm not going to go that big of a buy. My intention for the future is to play this for a while on the channel. Try to find 1 or 2 people that want to help me update TRE, Third Reich events. If you don't know, I know most of you know. And get that updated. It do not, even if you, hey, it plays, yeah, it's alive, it plays, but it's crippled. Sort of like if you were to use TRE with this, think of this as, yeah, it's, the Frankenstein monster hopping around on one foot. Yeah, the legs, and one leg and an arm, and the arms work, but that other leg doesn't work. You might not notice that it's not working, but it's not working. One of the legs is not working. So it very well may install, and it may appear to be good, but it is not properly working with it. Okay, let's see about importing some rare materials and oil. We'll start with the Soviet Union. Okay, they don't have very much money, but they have both. Let's see if we can get in some oil. Not that much. Yeah, let's do that much. That's going to be a big oil buy. Nope, I'm going to get rid of all these upgrades. Lock that down. I'm going to lower this down a little bit. About like that. So we're focusing more here. I'm going to come back here, and in the east, we're going to build more factories away from any likely bombings. I mean, it's obviously not perfect, but now we're spreading these out a bit because we want to build them simultaneously. And so, yeah, if I can get a couple of people to help me with, 1 or 2 people to help me with updating TRE, it'll go faster. And we can get it updated. Big things are ministers need to be updated. Yeah. Then we need to come here and move these to the top. The order of battle things that are deployed may need to be updated. Either the OOBs themselves or the event, or yeah, no, it'd be the OOBs. Yeah, it's, I don't know, just as quite honestly, it's how much help I get to how quick it will happen. Because at first I really have to, and I'm becoming more comfortable with what, again, like I said, there's a few things I object to, but beyond that, I'm more or less comfortable with what they're doing, and that TRE can work with what's going on. We have a fractured government, it says. Well, yeah, in a way we do, but too bad. We give them fuel for money. Sure thing, you can have a lot of fuel. We don't need it right now, and we'll build up plenty, I hope. Now what we can do here is, because we do have this, let's focus heavily on national unity and second heaviest on ruling party support. That will help with the national unity. Okay, the Hessen, yes, we'll bring it back into service. Spain. Yes, you can have coal. Yes, you can have metal, now that we're Getting somewhat back into shape. Britain would give us money for. We give them money. Not that big of a chunk of money yet. Okay. Now let's see. The Soviet Union is in a bit of a deficit because it's buying a bunch of stuff from us. Right? Okay, so what we're going to do here now is see if we can buy rare materials. But okay, yeah, well, let's go down to about there. From the Soviet Union, so they're no longer in a deficit. Buying from us. Yeah, I like it too, Arno. I actually like this best. That is my favorite way to play, but I've been informed a lot of the people can't follow where the front lines are and can't see things, and they like this better. And some of the people with colorblind can sort of see the color or the contrast better. This is what they wanted to get away from with Hearts of Iron 4. And I mean, yeah, that doesn't look pretty, but it's very informative. This is strength mode. Obviously, you're stronger where there's units. That's useless to me. Naval map mode. We've seen what's going on with the Navy there. They sort of have that. This is the air. I like this better than, because these are operational ranges from the bases. I think it's still better. Your HQ theater, again, that's useless to me. Victory points, yeah. Now this is useful if you're trying to see where you need to take, if you're want to take down a country quickly. Infrastructure mode, where the good infrastructure is. Your supply map mode, that's very useful. Region mode, I have no use for this. I don't really see how it's important in the game, in this game. Diplomatic mode, if you want to see some of that, that can be useful. Revolt risk, very useful. We'll have an event that makes Germany lose all revolt risk coming up. Intel, if you're wanting to know how much intel you have on the enemy. Weather, this, if you want to pay attention to, it, is nice, but it does hog resources, sort of like it does in 4, and of course we were looking there. And this is the simplified, ugly, but again informative terrain mode. Or this is the pretty terrain mode. So, and as you can see, there's much more nuance to the number of provinces in places. That allows for much better tactical operations. Okay, Italy, what do they want to do? We would like money. Okay, yes, we'll do that. Soviet Union, ooh, money for rare materials. We just gave you a bunch. No, we won't do that. Yeah. Oh, one thing I haven't yet. See here, battle plans. You need to open up the battle plan. You need to come over here, and then you need to click BICE Geo. Put this on here. Oh God. I'm trying not to lose it. You know, I mean, and I know this bothers me more than it bothers other people. And I'm so glad who the motherfucker in Paradox that got onto the color graphics team that likes turquoise wasn't around during this game. I hate the turquoise color they use. in both Hearts of Iron 4 and now in Imperator Rome. The default color for armies or whatever is turquoise. God. You know. They had a beautiful thing here. They really did. Yes, it was black before. And why the... Oh, water is blue, so let's make it blue? Oh, this looks ugly. And then I haven't even done this yet, but let's go. Oh, God, no, please, no, God, no, please. You added more colors. Okay. Dozed. Can you please make another set of battle plans that call Nat Geo Black so I can have my fucking black ones back? I mean, it was beautiful before. It was wonderful before. Can I just have my black ones back, please? This is ugly. This is ugly. I don't want to spend the next 6 years or however many years I'm going to keep playing this and looking at this god-awful ugly map now. So, yeah, no, this goes bye-bye. This was better than Hearts of Iron 4 because you named the rivers, but I'm not going to look at ugly blue shit. Sorry, people. It may be, delete, I guess get rid of that. I don't know if that's the right way. No, let's not unselect it. How do we unselect it? I don't know. Whatever. Is it? Whatever. But yeah. Yeah, no, it's... I'm not sure why you're screaming. Because it had been nice and black. And now it's blue. And it looks ugly. And I to have it here, I have to stare at ugliness. That's why I'm losing it. Well, I'm not really screaming, but will be black. It wasn't intentional. Okay, just you know. Why go for if I'm gonna have to restart this shortly because I want the rivers. I need it. And maybe people don't realize, I make event images, and this is where I started, that I put a lot of color and feel and look to it. To the event images is very important to me, and probably more important than for most people. And like I say, I like this. This is nice. I mean, this is nice color tones, shades. Staring at this for thousands of hours, this is perfectly fine. But putting some ugliness on front of it, this is why. And again, I very politely, it wasn't screeching at all. Told Revolverheld that I had to inform Revolverheld that he is German, and Germans have no color sense. So I refused to play with his German graphical augmentation mod because he is too literal in his Waffenverband colors. And they look ugly for all of his units, turning these into, the various red, yellow, whatnot. White is infantry, but that just looked ugly. Looks very German. It's German graphical augmentation, yes, but I'm not German and I don't want to stare at it. And even the uniform designers knew that the Waffenverband, the colors, those are the colors that are on the rims of the hats and on the rims of the shoulder boards. Those are accent colors. It would be like coming in here and just outlining one of these um, in the color, not making the whole square vibrant blue or vibrant red. And so I refuse to stare at them. Hello, Big Bone. How you doing? So, how to fix this now? Well, let's start off by saving this. Okay. Would it be possible, and I don't know, Dozed, if you can speak for it, would it be possible to get a fix that just changes this and only this and absolutely nothing else so that my save game would be compatible so I could go forward? Or should I just quit now and wait for the next version to come out? Because I don't want to keep playing and then have to, in a week or two or a month or so or whatever, start over again when it comes out. Okay. Then I'll continue going because I don't have to have the river names, but it looks nicer and having these river names here really makes narrating it. Yeah, we're crossing the Meuse, and again I know where the Meuse is, but no, I don't know which. I know this is the Seine that goes through Paris. I didn't know which one of these branches up here, so I don't know all the rivers, and especially it's really useful in narrating and talking about the Don and whatnot. So having it there is really nice. But yeah, okay, so long as it'll get fixed, I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hello, Mr. Anderson, and thanks, Arno. Doing fairly well. Just I'm having color shock problems that I know is a look at the Dutch rivers, please. Okay, we can look at the Dutch rivers. So, got the Rhine, the Wall, the Lech, the Niederrhein, I guess. I don't know, the Meuse. It's coming down through here. Yeah, the Ode. Yeah. I forget who the original creator, because it was originally a sub mod. It was such a great and wonderful idea, and I've even pointed it out to the Hoi 4 devs that they couldn't. They go, yeah, it would be nice to have river names, but and yes, and the guy who did it was definitely European focus. I know others have added to it over time, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst color. It ain't freaking turquoise, but I don't want to stare at it forever. So, yeah. Okay. Well, let's make another episode here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41 currently. And we're going through it, checking out to see the changes, checking out its stability. So far, so good on stability. I mean, really, really much better. So that is a very pleasant change compared to the previous version. And if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. You can hit that like button. You can even follow one of the links over to my Twitch channel if you want to catch live shows and prefer Twitch over YouTube. But they're both there. I don't know why. I don't know why they chose this over my event image. I don't know. They like it, I guess. I don't know. Just some things are pet peeves, especially if I have to stare at them for a long time. Because I tell you, this is more popular with viewers, but I don't dislike. I like this. I like this better, but I can see that, especially once the action starts, just where the borders are, trying to look at it at maybe a smallish screen or something might be a bit difficult. This looks ugly, but is effective, but I stare at it very little as a percentage of time, because I'm mostly on another screen. And so something that I need to look at briefly, if I want to have the ugly screen to just see what the terrain is or something, that's fine. It's just how many hours do I have to look at something. Thank you, Arno. And we can do this. Okay, now that we have put our intelligence operatives to work for national unity, we actually see that it's going up. We still have fractured government. Now, if you want to get rid of fractured government, what you do is make sure that all the ministers, or most of the ministers, are of the same color here. And no, we're not talking modern day skin color, we're talking party color symbols here. Brown, of course, is National Socialist. Black is the fascists here. And gray is just the paternal aristocrat. Okay. And I'm not sure how it was before, but I'll tell you this. The DVFP versus the D. Yeah, I know in game terms it sort of needs to be fascist, but that they're trying to separate out. I'm trying to remember just the difference between the DVFP and the DNVP parties. These, of course, the social conservatives. Yeah, Shaq was no fascist. He was definitely not a fascist. I don't know if he was associated with this party or not, but he is very much a not a fascist economically, and not that big of an authoritarian. Neither is Konstantin von Roth. I'm not talking the game is doing this wrong right now. I'm just saying historically these two guys were not, and it's just shacked in two jobs, were not what I would call fascists. Paternal aristocrat, maybe. Frick and these guys are definitely National Socialist. I would one of the big things that really says that Shaq isn't a fascist is that he understands economies. He really does understand economies. Fascists don't understand economies that well. Better than, because they're fascists are a type of socialist. They come out of socialism. They're sort of socialism that halfway understands economies, but not fully. Okay, money for rare materials. How are we doing for money? Good. Order, yes, I guess. Yes, you may have energy. More consumer goods. Okay, now we're going to continue with that classification. Anti-air upgrades, yes. Okay, and again, to sort of explain to everyone what's going on here, if you want to see, I like that this is now like anti-air detachment here. This is going to be a bonus. Here it's going to cause more supply consumptions. And now you've already picked this one, so you get this one here. And this is just activating what you picked earlier. So now we can see here. Okay, now here we have artillery, rocket artillery, and pack artillery. So you can come here if you want to see how they're different. Your regular artillery detachment, your rocket artillery detachment, and your pack artillery detachment. Now, you'll notice here that it's general, like soft attack for pack artillery is at 1.5, where basic artillery soft attack is 5. But you'll notice here, say, down for forest, well, let's go down. Well, yeah, so you can go like marsh movement, negative 15%. Artillery, your sort of basic artillery, marsh movement, negative 55%. So if you want to set this up, instead of being for like standard divisions, you want to set this up to be attached to, say, your light infantry, your Jaeger types, your mountain troops, these sort of rough terrain types, and have less artillery effective support. But and also you'll see attack and defense in rough terrain that may be better or not, but wherever. But if you're putting it in for rough environments, you have less penalties. Now that's not what I'm going to be setting up here. If you were planning on adding these mixed brigades while also having regular artillery in them instead of replacing them, it might be a good idea to do this. But you do have, and I don't know if they're activated yet, probably not. No, they're not activated yet. Is a rocket artillery unit that you can attach to it once we get somewhere in here. Rocket artillery 1939. There we go. You need to activate that, and then you can improve it over time. This is just a basic activation. So just out of simplicity, you can do it now, though really should more or less be available later. We're going to do just standard artillery. We're going to appease them. This is the most historic choice. Germany did, well, you have send in the security police, goon squads. Oh, guys. Uh-oh. I don't know. This is a bug, isn't it? These two are the same. You're no longer doing police buildings? So probably, I'm guessing, as I'm sitting here looking at this, police buildings may be a minister-given thing. So you probably just, I guess, remove this. You just have send in the security police, the goon squads, or appease them. German, yeah, the money thing I'm still not terribly pleased with, but Germany definitely did the appease them situation for internally. Now, once they started occupying lands, they were definitely ruling by goon squads. Build a rocket facility, yes, very much so. We want that. Now, what we want to do here is, you need to remember to come and do it, or otherwise it will F things up. Move that to the top, so it just costing you 23 for, a day or whatever. Yeah, I think that's entirely wrong, Arno. Buying ships and aircraft. I think that's incorrect. Or are you talking about buying from other countries? I've never played 2. Budget limitation, heads up, yes. That's bad. Okay. Engineer detachment again, so we can see here. But now we have engineer detachment. Did we not get the rocket artillery thing or the regular artillery when I clicked on it? Is that a problem? I know I clicked on it. Oh. I see. We need to have this at least one. Okay. I think. Right, it's combined arms. Oh, no, it's this. No, sorry, it's this one. Well, no, this one should be... Artillery brigades. They're just taking a moment to fire? Is that all? I don't know. I'm used to clicking on that. Artillery brigades, at least one. Yeah. Have impossible flag. I don't know. Maybe it'll fire in a moment. Yes, buying from other countries. Yes, an arms trade would be appropriate. Okay. Okay. Now this is for motorized support, not for mixed support. Mixed support recon. So here we have. I don't know why for artillery isn't showing up yet. It may in a moment. Something else may need to fire. I don't know. Engineers, yes, we want motorized engineers. Here we can look at. Well, this is for motorized, I think. Yeah, motorized. We can do. Where's anti-air? Okay, we can do motorized anti-air detachment, which is sort of the basic one, or you can do heavy anti-air detachment, which will definitely, be more effective. Well, I'm looking at this here. Air defense +2. Well, what? Or do you get both of those? No. Why is heavy? Is it because of the heart attack? I guess that it has less anti-air attack. It doesn't have very good it doesn't have any piercing bonuses. Or you can have self-propelled, which you can see max speed is +1, where this doesn't do any speed things. Yeah, they're not going to put it in. Well, Hoi 3 is dead now from Paradox perspective. They're not going to put it in Hoi 4, really. Because they just do the Lend-Lease type stuff. Okay, yeah, I guess we're going to go with fuel consumption. I'm just looking at different. Yeah. We're going to go with more, well, here you click it. Self-propelled. Hello, Scooter. Well, sorry to hear about that. Laptop. Do you hate 4? No, I'm disappointed in 4. 4 has such potential. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, no, 4 had such potential to be such a great game. Yes, you can have energy. I've got plenty. But I'm just disappointed in it. Some of the stuff can be. Okay, they're in a little negative, so we're going to buy some rare materials. I think that'll be good. And from the US, they're in a negative situation too. Well, that's part of the problem. Is it's too. I liken Hearts of Iron 4. I think the proper name would be EU 20th Century. It's just way too alt history for me. Into air guns and motors. Yes. Okay, so. I don't know. Okay. Let's do that. We're cranking through the supplies heavily here. That Olympic event really took a lot of supplies. Because alternative history is cool and fun, and I like Kaiserreich fairly well, but I want to play a World War II game the most. So get that right first, and they've never even remotely achieved a World War II game with Hearts of Iron 4. And it was released way too early. Austria would like energy, sure. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna deploy these guys. Everybody wants to trade with Germany now, which is good, just not used to it. What about with like World of Blaze or Black Ice? How do you like this? Well, I was going to play World of Blaze until 5 minutes before starting this stream, and Uncharted updated World of Blaze, so my saves weren't compatible, and I didn't want to take the time to download and figure out get the old version. I presume it was properly up there because he does that well. And I'm not even sure whether what version figure it out. So I like World of Blaze. I sort of look World of Blaze is competing with Black Ices for being the best mod for Hearts of Iron 4 that I know of. I know there's mods I don't know of well, but the Black Ice people, I rage quit on them the last time. Yeah. I have problems with what they're doing. They're going off the rails, in my opinion, as well. But they're one of the other good mods, and it's really tough for me to pick which one I like the best: World of Blaze or Black Ice. You didn't kill the cat. Of course, you should never admit to doing anything like that, even if you did. But yeah, no, I would not be happy with the cat myself. No, I wouldn't kill it, but I would not be happy. It might get a leash and be told, you know, you're gonna get hooked up to places. Let's see, what do we want to do here? We want to trade for more money to buy more. Okay, let's see if we can. Let's come to the here. See if we can sell them. They have 4.5. So let's. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if we can start selling them 8 supplies. Yeah. I don't dislike cats, but I've had friends who had cats, but I've never been like emotionally attached to a cat. Like I said, I don't dislike them or anything. They're cool animals. But where I really like dogs, I just don't live in a good place to have a dog. I don't like little tiny dogs. I like, medium to, not huge dogs, but medium to, biggish dogs. But I don't live in a good place to have them. So if I lived a bit more out in the country and was going outside more, I might get a dog. Okay, yeah, a lot of people are wanting to buy from Germany. That's great. Reminds me once I came home and found my cat lying on my board game, totally disturbing the whole Eastern Front. Got really mad, but it was not the cat's fault. No, I think it's the cat's fault. Dobermans, yeah, Doberman pinchers are cool. Don't know that I would choose one of those, but they're really cool, really smart dogs, I know. Okay, well, we want to buy some. Hey, what is it? Yule boy? Is that how you pronounce that? Thank you very much. Might be not, but in order for, do you have to manually create OOBs or do events give them for you? Well, yes. Yes to both. Okay, this is the starting OOB for whatever sort of Western Front. This is the OOB for the Air Force, and by event it'll change a few times as historical reorganizations that happened leading up to the war. This is the Naval OOB with headquarters around. And these, they're starting. But basically, you need to, to get all of the benefits, you need to manage it yourself. You can just have unattached divisions. It's no problem. It's just you don't have all the bonuses that you could have. If you don't like doing this stuff, play Hearts of Iron 4. A lot of people didn't like this. I love this. So, to me, this is near heaven that they do this, but a lot of people don't like this, and I understand it's a lot of sort of micromanagement. But yeah, you need to be willing to do this, and as we can see, this is currently attached straight to here with no intermediate HQs. Where there are some. So yeah, is that really that they made an OB and then the event ruined all their hard work. Okay, well, trying to understand that. I mean, I'm understanding the words you're saying clearly. Don't know. Nozzle were born? Sorry, I'm probably butchering that. Now, what I do know that, like I say, this will get removed and then will get replaced with a Goering reorganization. At least once, is it twice? And then, of course, they will add some more. This is for the Air Force. I mostly ignore it. But these will get removed. Now you will need to come back and these don't get removed, and you'll need to reattach them to higher headquarters. I know I give you in TRE the order of battle for the SA is historically as correctly as I could find out from the best, literally the best research available. And it was still some wild ass guessing because we just literally don't know. No books, at least no books have been written about it. And trust me, I researched pretty deeply there. But once you get going for the combat ones, I don't know of something that's going to delete the whole thing and put more in. So I'm not quite sure what he's talking about. There are some units with red name that get removed. Yeah, but those, isn't there the reorganization, at least unless it's changed from 10.3.3 and others before it, there will be one sort of, major, all these Luftwehrkrest kiddos will disappear and be replaced with a different reorganized ones. Unless it's changed, that should happen. I know with TRE, the SA is put down entirely on that, and you shouldn't change it. And then later it will be removed and replaced with another one that's almost exactly the same, but a couple of important changes to the units. But for your basic other this, it shouldn't, as Dozed is saying. So I don't know what they're talking about now, unless they're dealing with some other mod, not Black Ice. I'm not sure. But going through. Yeah. And only so yeah, don't put too much energy into this early version of the Luftwaffe stuff. So wait till like 39 or something, and then or do all the organization here. Ost C, East C, and you have that here, and then out here you have the U-boat command and then the North Sea command, and there will be others to attach that deal with other stuff. Now, quite honestly, I normally don't play too much Black Ice in Hearts of Iron 3. I normally play Black Ice with GGA, TRE, the D-Worms mod, units of the Third Reich. So that does sort of confuse me a little bit of what's in the base TRE. I mean base Black Ice with events and whatnot for OOBs. And I'm just wondering how much is going to have to change for some of those other mods to work with the new system. Thank you, Dozed. I will add it immediately after the live stream. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It's and I gather it's just a side effect of what you've done. Cool. But and I understand. I just pause. Okay. Yes, we're gonna. It's just something that was so nice, and that okay. Artillery focus is chosen. Artillery detachment. Okay, so now it's finally giving us this. And yeah, it wasn't meant to be a thing. It just happened. Okay, so we've lost medium, and we're now in low popularity. And what we are seeing, which is best that I know, and it's sort of gone away, is internal factors. Here, to the best of my knowledge, no one knows or knows how to control internal factors. But this is, to the best of my knowledge, that this is some sort of randomized thing that we can't do. So there's nothing that I know that I can do to affect internal factors. Yes, having not having a fractured government helps. Yes, having ruling party support helps. But that internal factors, I don't know a way around it, and I've definitely. Okay, would like money in exchange for rare materials. Okay, currently we have 14. That is too much. So what we're going to do here is, hello, you have some money. Okay, we're going to see if we can sell you some supplies. You have what again? 4. So yeah, close enough. Let's see, is Britain willing to buy from us? We haven't been too much of a naughty boy yet. Good. Okay, 6, so right. Sweden, they have some money. Will they buy at all? Maybe no. Okay. Now the Soviet Union, who has nearly no money. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna accept this. Okay, we want that. Yes. Cooperation. Yes. The dance show. You know, you guys, you didn't need to turn these into X's. Dozed. I could, you know, so, yeah, you don't need to do that. I made these images. You don't need to turn them to X's. Okay, artillery focus for motor brigades. Okay. Energy, yes. Energy, yes. And has it been long enough for the Soviet Union to start? Yes, okay. So now they are making 14 in money. We're making just 3. No, they should be on Soviet. There we go. Sell. Okay, they can. We want to sell them supplies for a goodly amount. There, like that. I'm going to wait on these historical units until probably 37. Let's see how we're doing here. Yeah, we are pumping through some of this to get this out, but mostly focusing on industry. And in the end. Yes, I want to deploy these. Okay, Italy can't come up with enough money, so it's going to cancel, which means we're going to lose income here, maybe, or yeah. Okay, now what we need to do is look for alternative sources of the income. USA seems to have money, good. 27, so let's see if we can go to about 20 or so. Yeah. Good. Should make up the deficit. Austria, wow. Good. If I turn it up too fast, it just means pausing it too. Wish there was an intermediate speed between this and the next higher speed. Because super fast is just this, just as like it just yeah trying to respond to all that. Just a bit much. Okay, yes, you may have fuel. Yes, you may have energy. You give money for rare materials. No, I don't think I want to build. I want to steal your rare materials when I conquer you, the Netherlands. I don't want to buy them from you. I buy rare materials from nations that I'm either, well, the Soviet Union, just because it's going to continue to trade with me once I go to war with the West. And Britain is going to be, I'm not planning on going in early or fast into Britain. So their stockpiles aren't normally a big thing for me to, grab up. But like Poland or Czechoslovakia, I don't want to buy from them. Like if, Luxembourg should get a stockpile of steel eventually, I'll just take it. Okay, specialist training, extended conscription. All right. We would give them battle for money, sure. What's going to be your naval plan? Subs and naval bombers, I guess. Yes. They've actually, they didn't, the guy who actually, I gather, did the work to fix it wasn't in the chat, but they fixed the surprise feature, surprise attack feature for the subs and the naval bombers. I really actually didn't, quite honestly, I knew the subs had the surprise attack feature. I did not know the naval bombers had the surprise attack feature. I just knew they bombed ships fairly well. And so now submarines have a chance at naval battles. So normally I just use, unlike Hearts of Iron 4, I use subs not traditionally, and we'll see how it changes. I use subs to just go after their, convoys and have them, if once they get damaged enough, come back into port and get repaired. And then naval bombers and whatnot to go after ships and just do avoidance operations. Oh, you're the one that fixed it? Well, good to hear. So yeah, it's apparently fixed now, and like I say, I did not know that naval bombers had that capability, just never, I guess, encountered it. Did know the subs were supposed to. Out here. I'm still not sure at this current level how many submarines I should have operating in a particular area for visibility purposes, not to have them not be seen. Yeah, thank you for all your hard work, Doze. Then, it's the one I helped on some bug one time for Had a Dad. I think it was or whoever it was. I forget. But beyond that, I've never really touched the EULA stuff. That's the one area that I never modded, really, if anything. So appreciate your work on that. We're gonna say no to this. Why? I so wish this game deserved one more good expansion and quote unquote fix added to it that they should have done, but they just never did. A lot of hidden potential, actually. Well, that's interesting. I hope you guys continue to dig into it. Energy, sure. Energy, sure. Consumer goods, we don't need nearly that many. Let's just give it a couple of small percent above needed. So this is the way very much, especially if you're going to be playing TRE eventually, is what you should be doing. You should have a huge stock of supplies, because partially for my limited skills of programming, dealing with the stuff in here, I use my main cost for things in events as supplies. Not, there are some, definitely a bunch that are are percentages to the ICs, but the main one I use is costs and supplies. Okay. we've lost that. We'll give you that to try to balance that back out. Okay, we'll probably be able to absorb the loss of the French trade. Hello, Lord. How you doing? Can you give me a link to where I can download Black Ice mod? I can only see the older versions in browser search. Well, if Dozed wants to put it up to the forum, link to the thread, please do. I don't really want to alt tab over to open it up right now. And if it needs approval, Arno, will you put it on? Yeah, okay, if it got approved or needed, yeah. Thank you. And there you can download Machine Gun Focus. That is on aircraft, I do believe. Armament 38. And you just have to scroll down in the first major post to find that, the download. And get, if you haven't done anything else before, get the full 10.4.1. Yeah, like you say, download and get that done. I just have the update version because I didn't download the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, let's do a 34 technology to replace the one we just. Hey, yes, you got to do everything. Got to follow the guide. Move, if you have a Steam version of the game, move it out of the Steam folder. Then do Podcats exe, because Steam will see that it's the wrong version and revert. Eventually, it will. I don't know if it's always. And some people have greater trouble and lesser trouble with that, but eventually it will revert it back to the 32-bit version. So you need to move that out there. No, I don't think it'd be the one thing I really wish I could have, it would be a setting here, is to set some of these to at need. And I know there is priority settings, but truly just set some of this to at need, so I didn't have to touch this so much. Okay, yes, let's see, Bank for International Settlement, we want to fire at this point. 4,000 supplies, this is a good deal. And what just came up? Okay, infantry standard branch. So that should be grayed out. Good. We will do truck and prime mover reliability. Yeah, we're gonna wait on all of these until probably 37. What are we currently producing? Okay. Well, I don't know. We don't need to produce all these right now, but not bad. Controllable pitch. Propellers, which is there. Well, the base game shouldn't be crashing, if that's what you were having. Now, modded games, yeah, they might be. That was here, and now. What do we want to do now? I guess I knew there was at least this here. Hello, Frankie P. If I spent half as much time studying as I spent playing this mod in school, I would be at Oxford today. Well, I don't know. I think at least Third Reich Events and Black Ice and some of the others are a bit educational. If you were looking for an education in World War II history, don't know what you were studying to want to go to Oxford for. What sort of majors you were looking at having. Okay, and now artillery brigades. Increase to 3. 1, undo. Right. And we'll do heavy AA guns. Give them metal? Sure, you can have metal. Oh, Cambridge? Well, probably not, but I'd rather. Well, I know going to Oxford or Cambridge would give you a good job, like prospects in Britain, but right now they're both such. I don't know which one's worse, radical leftist schools. In the good old days, Oxford was a conservative school. In the good old days. Yes, you may have energy. Okay, so we're still negative on that. We have money there. We are pretty good. So what we want to do here is... I think the Soviet Union is our best bet. Because that will trade the longest with... Yeah, let's do this. It's going to be a big chunk of money, I know. Okay, traction suspension, armored fighting vehicles, ones, yes. And bomb, which is a one and done, right here, okay. Yeah, we can do Bombay. Oh, that may have opened, yes. That's right, our plate thickness. Hello, Toy Jet. And they're stopped buying their teeny bit of energy from us. Plan Z? No, we're doing Plan Zero Contact. I'm going to avoid the Royal Navy and the US Navy and have victory. Incendiary bombs. Okay, good. Again, another one and done. We do need some naval support, but we're definitely not going down Plan Z. We're not that stupid for Germany. It is a stupid plan for Germany. It was when the Kaiser did it. So it's in essence, it's the same basic plan as the Kaiser had, is have a high seas fleet that could rival the Royal Navy's fleet and deal with whatever the French were doing. Yeah, we'll do pocket battleship. Yeah, aerial supremacy. Land-based anti-ship aircraft type operations. Yes, you may have fuel. And I think we're going to end this episode here. I want to thank everyone who's watching. Thanks for liking the videos. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. And don't worry, everyone, live stream is going to continue. I'm just going to go grab a Coke and be right back. Wake me up when we're outside Stalingrad. Yeah. We're not getting there today. today. We're not getting there. And I doubt this playthrough will last that long. Hopefully we'll get to one with all the cool submods added to it before we get that far. All right, I'm back. Okay, what has everybody been saying? Please give up. You see researching. You're gonna hit ships from beyond England. So with events, no, you will need to build some units yourself. I would say highly, but you will get some with events. Now, mentioning this strategy, well, I'll talk about it when I start the next episode here, and the realistic approach to it. How real is it? Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at Black Ice 10.41 for Hearts of Iron 3. And we're going to continue this, but before we do, please remember to subscribe if you haven't already. Check to make sure you're subscribed, and of course you can hit that like button, and I love hearing your comments, good, bad, or indifferent. But hey, if you want to tell me why something you don't like something, that's cool, as long as you tell me why. You know, may not change things, but at least I know what people don't like about what's going on. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about game playing and how historically correct this is. Okay, notice now I probably will add a few more factories with how much other stuff has already gotten into the production queue. How historically correct this is. Well, we don't know German production capabilities. We have clues, but that's all we have. I'm going to use something to sort of illustrate it here. One particular factory in that was making Lugers in 1937. I'm just going to throw out some general numbers, and I'm sure they're wrong. Made something like 20,000 Lugers in 1937. In 1938, they made like 2,000 Lugers, and in 1939, they made something like 20,000 Lugers. Now, and I don't think there's anybody that has good numbers, knows for sure why they didn't make very many Lugers in 1938. We know also from small arms information during the Weimar period, there was one armaments factory, the Simpson factory, easier to spot which, in Schul here. The Simpson factory was the only armaments factory that was allowed by the Treaty of Versailles to make arms for the Bundeswehr. And so they were the only ones allowed to make arms. Now, when the Nazis came to power, the Simpson factory was owned by a Jewish family, the manufacturing corporation. When the Nazis came to power, they wanted to get rid of, stop having Jewish ownership. And this is early on. This is like in 33 or 34. This is very early on. I believe when Hindenburg is still alive. They wanted to, confiscate this factory from the Jewish-owned company. Well, what they did is they went and charged in court, and they brought in clear evidence, and it was clear evidence, that the Simpson and Sons was charging double the cost for things like rifles and Lugers and whatnot that they were making for the government. They were charging double the cost, so that, and this was sort of the main charge against them. And so they had their factories under the Nazis, who were going to, get things right and stop abuse. Well, the government knew this was a lie. The Simpsons knew this was a lie, and also knew it was true. They were charging them double because they were doing double the work. They were lying because they were lying to the Versailles treaty monitors. So they were double billing on the guns that they claimed to be making, because they were actually making double the guns and hiding it from the Versailles. And so they couldn't come out and publicly say, oh, we've been lying to the Versailles people, and because it was still a state secret. So they couldn't defend themselves in public court. And the government knew that they had been getting twice the armaments out of the Simpson factory. And it's the factory that eventually becomes the Wilhelm Gustloff works under, the Gustloff, named after, the Nazis who's assassinated in Switzerland. It goes through an intermediate name for a while, but eventually it's renamed over to that under the Nazis. So we know that's a lie. And so we have, and I also know, like in tank production and aircraft production, in the 30s, the Luftwaffe or the Army was going, yeah, just make us, 50 of these aircraft or tanks. We want to test them out. And we know it wasn't stressing out production levels, including in 1936. We know it wasn't. It was like, hey, yeah, the factory's not working. Yeah, okay, we're going to build 100 tanks, and then the factory's not working anymore. So we don't know the capabilities of the ice, of what the German production capabilities were. We also don't know, once like the war gets started, were the limitations on something like railway engine production or rifle production or tank production? Was it because they didn't have enough ICs at a given moment? Or was it they didn't have enough steel or enough rare materials to make something? And so we're making guesstimations. And even the Germans, all the Soviet records were lies in World War II. All of the Soviet records were lies. Because no one in the Soviet system, if you had a target goal of, say, 20,000 rifles in a month, you were going to report that you made 20,000 rifles in a month, no matter how many you made. And the railway company or management or whatever you want to call it, because obviously it's Soviet, is going to report that they transported 20,000 rifles, and because they're not going to, because if they say they didn't, well, then they'll be accused of sabotage for losing. How, you know, if there was, let's say they only made 15,000 rifles, they'll be committed of sabotage for losing 5,000 rifles. And when the army guy shows up at the depot to accept them, they show up there, and he looks around and sees that on the paperwork it says we just delivered 20,000 rifles. And these are literally how it worked. 20,000 rifles. And he goes and looks around and sees that there's only 15. He'll go, yep, got 20,000. Because he isn't going to admit that he didn't get everything he was supposed to. They're going to lie to each other. They lie internally to themselves. They also lie to the external world. So, and if they made more than 20,000, they're not going to admit that, because then they would be saying, well, then next month, you made 22,000 this month, you better make 22,000 next month also. They would only deliver the 20,000 and then, hide in the back of the factory or whatever, the overproduction for next month. Because what happens if not all the steel shows up, or not all of something else, the wood for the stock show up, or whatever for the rifle? So they're lying about the whole thing within the Soviet system. No one could admit to not meeting goals in the Soviet system. Now, internally, the Germans do not lie to themselves. They lie publicly, like the example of Simpson and Sons and, the Versailles Treaty, to something public, yes. And they'll call early tank model things gross tractors, as great tractors, because they don't want to admit that they're weapons. They want to say that these are industrial or farm equipment things. Oh, that thing that looks like a gun? Nah, no, that ain't there. So that's some of the early 1920s and early 30s tanks were gross tractors and Licht tractors, light tractors. So I don't know, I'm butchering the German. I would love to see what guns, etc. units using in the game. Yeah, that could be done easier on doing it on Hearts of Iron 4. This, not so much. So, but the Germans kept good records internally of what they actually did. And that doesn't mean that's what they could do, but what they did do. But between bombings, between sort of end of the war, hey, yeah, we're having bonfires of all the records, as well as conquering armies, including the U.S., including the Soviet Union, hoovering up all of the records that they could. Not all the stuff, especially the stuff the Soviets got, has been released. Most of the stuff should have been released by now from the U.S., at least anything that isn't super top secret programs. But we know there's so much missing. And even though we may have more of the records, there's not always people that are going into the archives and looking at it and getting us, average, ordinary type persons that are history buffs. We have to read the books that these other people write. So we don't know what German capacity ever was throughout the war. We may know what they did, but does that mean it's capacity? And you can look at the sort of Speer miracle, where he really puts in industry into, overdrive. Well, some of that is definitely Speer's work, not all of it's Speer's work, but that is just really telling the factories to get to work. Because, after the fall of France, they stopped ordering tanks. They stopped ordering, some models of aircraft. Because, hey, some of the aircraft are, they're still fighting the Battle of Britain. But the tanks, hey, the war is over. We don't need these old Panzer IIIs. We want to have new ones once we figure out what we're going to be doing. and they can't quite tell the middle management kind of guys in industry and in the army that we're secretly getting ready to go to war with the Soviet Union, because spies would be leaking it out. So they actually stop production of things like some of the models of tanks, or slow them down dramatically. And we know this. So what we're looking here is looking back at the war and then trying to figure out effectively how many ICs in the game should a nation have. Right. Okay, that's sort of my sort of explanation, that we don't really, we can't know that, X number of ICs Germany should have, or the Soviets should have, or France should have, because even like on France, where they do have money budget issues, unlike Germany, it's both money and manpower budget issues for France on some of their tank decisions and numbers and all of that. So we can maybe know what they had, depending on what country and when, versus what they could do. So what I'm looking at this is, and some of these obviously are going to take a long time to cycle through to get all their stuff, is looking at a somewhat realistic idea of increasing production in a way that is appropriate for getting ready for a war in roughly by 1940. Remember, the Germans did not really think they were going to go to war until something like 42 to 44, starting the real war. So they're like going, yeah, hey, we're just testing these out. We don't want to build too many of these aircraft, too many of these tanks, because they're going to be obsolete by the time the war starts. So we don't want to produce a bunch of obsolete things. Well, you and I know, and I'm planning for a war in either late 39 or early 1940. Might wait till after the winter's over in 1940 to invade Poland. But so I'm planning for a world war at that point, and I'm sort of looking at what would Germany be doing at that point. Well, they'd be cranking out the ICs if they think in about 4 years, not 6 or 8 years, they're going to be going to war. And they were cranking out some of the ICs, absolutely. We know that. They were expanding their industrial capacity at basically all levels during this period. Quick copy the Polish 7TP. Joe Germany. Yeah, no, the 7TP isn't that good. I mean, it's okay. And I know Toyjet likes it because it's Polish. And it's not the worst thing in the world. But it's just a 2-man turret. It isn't a 3-man turret like the Panzer 3s and Panzer 4s. Okay, submarine berthing, I think, yeah, is grayed out. Right, well, am I really putting so much leadership in that I'm running out of... Because I'm not really going to do much in at least heavy naval stuff. Small ships. I'm not really going to do a building program there. I don't think I really want to do some of those. Okay, well, I think we might start on some 37s then. Okay, well, you say it's better than the early Panzer IIIs in several ways. I'm not sure what ways you mean. Maybe, again, I don't know the speed of a 7TP versus the speed of an early Panzer III, so maybe it's faster. There may be some minor advantages like that, but that 3-man turret, which we really don't see the benefits as well as we should in something like War Thunder, is really a... why am I doing so many of these? I didn't need to do so many. Let's cancel a bunch of these. I just want to do that. Armament and armor. I think the German 37 millimeter gun is, I think, I'd have to look at the stats and I don't remember them all, is as good as the 7TPs. Armor thickness, I don't know that it's any thicker. The early Panzer IIIs had the 37 millimeter gun, yes. Guderian wanted it to have a 50 millimeter gun at start. Industry and the army sort of overruled him on it. But what you have to really realize, and I'm going to pause this here for a moment, a tank is a coordination effort, okay, between people. It isn't a one, when we're playing War Thunder or something like that, or World of Tanks or whatever, we're a single person in it. But in reality, it's a coordination effort. And having a driver who drives, a radio operator who also works a bow machine gun. That bow machine gun is of limited use, but it's still there. Those are two sets of eyes. One of them is looking at the road or whatever, where they're going. The other one has, if they think there's, bullets flying around, they'll close the hatches and look through vision slits. But otherwise, they'll have the hatches open and looking around. So there would be that radio operator is another set of eyes to spot the enemy. If you look at the early Panzer IIIs and IVs, they have side hatches on the sides of the turret that are pretty big that you can open up. And so long as you really don't think you're being shot at by the side, yeah, you can have them open. So you have your head out, your body out, you're looking around. The gunner can be out there looking around, or the gunner can be looking through his gun sights. The loader can be looking out in the other side of the direction. And you have the commander who can be out of that hatch if he wants to, looking through his binoculars, focusing in on something out there. But you have all the rest of this crew looking around to shout, kick, go over the microphone to say, I see an enemy something, machine gun, anti-tank gun, tank, whatever it is. And with the radios, and I'm not sure whether the 7TP had radios, both sending and receiving. Germany early on had more, just especially in the Panzer I's, had just receiving radios, but by the time you get into the Panzer IIIs, they basically, I think, all have, sending and receiving radios. And so they have somebody sitting on that radio, the radio operator, listening to a channel all the time. So he'll let the commander know when somebody's trying to get his attention. So it's all this coordinated effort. And then once you're into that, the shooting part of it, you got the loader, he's worrying about loading that gun as fast as he can with the next ammunition type he's told to, or unloading the gun quickly to switch between high explosive to take out an anti-tank gun to go to an armor-piercing round to take out a tank. It's a coordinated effort, and I'm just not buying that the 7TP is in any material way. I mean, maybe in a statistical way, because if you measure the thickness of the armor or the speed of the vehicle, it might be better. It's something like some stat like that. But as a coordinated machine, I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying that it's better. Thicker than the Panzer II. Yeah. It's now we're not talking Panzer I's and Panzer II's. Panzer I's really should be a training vehicle. The Panzer II's is somewhere between a light tank and a training vehicle, and later gets pushed into the scouting role. Actually, the Polish tank attacks have done a great job, but unfortunately, most of them. Well, some cross the border into Romania, yes. The TKS is not that good of a vehicle. It really isn't. I would have a hard time. I mean, compare a TKS versus a Panzer I. Panzer I wins out. Okay, it just does. It has a turret. The TKS doesn't. I don't know if we're in the competition between the TKS and the Italian CV-33. Well, CV-33 has 3 machine guns, but they're Italian machine guns versus the good ones the TKS had, which I think were Hotchkiss guns. So the TKS probably has a better machine gun. So it may beat out a CV-33, but only just. So yeah, the Tankettes weren't that good at all. No, most of the tanks, German tanks, weren't really shitty. The Czech vehicles that they got, the 35T and the 38T were rather good. The Panzer IIIs and the Panzer IVs were very good at the time. Now, the Panzer Is and the Panzer IIs, like I say, training tanks, yeah, they're not that great. I'm not trying to say that. Well, Poland's just doomed. I mean, it just is. Yes, they were in the main force. You're right. Well, they're the most numerous, I should say, for Fall Weiss. You're absolutely right. Read about the work done with the poor Tankette. I don't know. Don't know who he is. Okay, railway artillery designs. Yes, we'll go with this. We'll start the program. So yeah, don't, I know people are emotionally attached to things Poland, and that's cool. And the 7TP is not a bad vehicle. In 1939, it's probably better than anything the Italians had. Okay, so it's better than anything the Italians are making. Definitely the BT series of the Soviets are better. Probably the T-26 is better that the Soviets are making in huge numbers. I'd have to look at some of those stats to nail that down a little better. Because it is a two-man turret and it has a decent gun on it, it's better than all of the R-35s and the H-35s and the old World War I FT-17s that the French were making. The only thing and they have a better gun than the French do than those vehicles. The only thing maybe better about the French vehicles is they have thicker armor. But otherwise, the 7TP is better than those. Now you get into some of the British models are probably better. There you're probably getting better. Yeah. So yeah, no, for Poland, it was a very good tank, the 7TP. It's just not better than the Soviets, the Germans, or the British. It's just not better at that time. At least that's my evaluation. Even with the MP40, even a duck with an MP40. Yeah, well, I mean, in sort of the 1939, early 1940 Italian tanks, they have a low velocity gun, or a medium velocity gun at best, and it's mounted in the hull where the turret is the dual machine gun. Now, eventually they swap that out and move the machine guns down to the lower hull and get a better turret. But even then, it's still not that great. I have a question about railguns and black ice. What was the rationale behind giving them no real soft attack? They have massive forward attack multipliers, but no soft attack. Right. They are designed to be added to other units and attack forts. Okay, so here's how you use them. You do not have a railgun and have it attack a fort. You add a railway gun to one of these divisions, and then you have it attack that fort, and it works as a force multiplier for these other forces in attacking the forts. Because those guns are very hard to hit anything with that isn't a very large stationary object. So that they're not a soft, they're not a if you're not going after a fort, they will not be helpful in attacking this forest or in attacking this field, the units in there, because they're just not going to hit anything. The one sort of time the Germans somewhat effectively use a big railgun against non-fortified type positions is Anzio, and that's beachhead. That was a very limited area of operations, and it was a serious annoyance but from everything that I get, wasn't overly effective at killing people. It was a big sort of annoyance that would fire, and then they'd move the railway gun back in the tunnel and work on reloading it. And when they thought it was safe again, meaning no enemy aircraft or whatever, they'd bring it out and they'd fire it again and then bring it back into the tunnel and just keep doing that to it. And it was effective. It did effective damage, but obviously the Allies were able to win at Anzio, so it was not a battle winning thing against the enemy. And it's just wondering if there's a better implementation. Yeah, it's just like I say, have it attached to another unit. This is also another reason why maybe going down from 8 to 7 brigades is a bad thing, because railway guns. And so also, so don't, and they move terribly. So what you need to do is you need to move the railway guns, like where you'd use it is like going after the fortress at Sevastopol, or going after wherever it is out here, Fortress Moscow, or one of these fortresses out here. Use strategic redeployment to get it out here, and then once it's here, stacked with another friendly infantry division or some other. And there's some, I think you can look at somewhat out of date. I have some tutorials on some of the units. Stack it with like a good engineers unit, some other artillery, and then along with other regular units, other divisions in the stack, then use it for fortress busting. That's its only real effective use, is for fortress busting. And as it should be. As it should be. Yeah, and then once you're done with the siege, like one of the units that you can obviously remove would be the horse transport, because for the assaults you don't need transport units. And once the assault is over, remove the railway gun, put back in your transport, you're back to a normal infantry division or whatever, and on you go, and just SR them to wherever you think you need another big assault kind of thing. So yeah, they're definitely they have their uses. Probably, I don't know. I'm a little concerned by all these out here. I don't know what the historical foundation for all of these are. I do know that the Soviets, after the Germans start coming in, do make massive fortifications around Moscow. I do know that. I do know that there was the pillbox type level defensive lines in places at times, but I don't know how much there was in 36. I just don't know. I don't know enough about the Soviet Union. Without knowing the actual strength of these units, whether these are, because when you look here, it just says 1 and 1. That's not necessarily the actual strength. Yeah, are fun. If it is just sort of a 1 strength little pillbox, okay. But if it's sort of a, even a west wall, which they shouldn't have it yet, but if it's sort of a Maginot Line kind of level of fortifications, that's way over fortified. I don't know what I'm going to find here. You don't have a good evaluation of how strong these are from here. Somebody who's played it would. Could it be they just made pillboxes? Yes, well, but you can see both. They did finally make pillboxes visible on the map, where before they hadn't been. Little story: pillboxes were made via my request, but not shown on the map now. But you can see here that there's both pillbox and fortress. I'll give you the story. I was invading these islands up here and here, as move these over, as Germany, and the time it was taking to make a fortification was like however long. And I talked to Panzeru at the time. Look, you got the standard entrenchment mechanic, great, but you show up here in 30 days, you should be able to pour some concrete and have some levels of defense. And so he agreed, and so we created the pillbox, or he created it, but I was talking to him about it, so that it was just sort of a decent, sort of fast, fortification that doesn't take forever. So if you're going to build a Maginot Line, a West Wall, an Atlantic Wall, that was going to have a lot more substance to it and still take a long time. But if you're just going to move into somewhere like taking an island, sort of also would be, if you're going to take a island out in the Pacific and you want to throw on most of the islands, I mean, yeah, by the time, and I don't know a lot about it, but by the time the Americans are getting to, I really don't know about these islands. Are these really a thing? Quite honestly, I've never seen these before. Is that a new change to the map, or have I just missed something? I don't know. But Iwo Jima is what I was looking for. By the time the Americans are coming to Iwo Jima, yeah, that should be a fortification. The Japanese have made it into some sort of a Gibraltar type situation, yes. But a lot of these other islands are just more coral atolls, and they're have some level of stuff. But if you look at a lot of these little atolls, they're just like palm tree logs and sand and some other wood that's imported. They're not big concrete structures mostly. There are some of those on some of these smaller islands, but they're not that. But they should be some level of minor fortifications. Iwo Jima, I say, is like one of the major exemptions. Okay, what is Org saying? It would be much less emotional approach if there would be some basic rudimentary knowledge about Poland and its history, and not guys writing books that Poles prefer to live under Bismarck. Hard anti-Pole. Yeah, I know we had this debate last time. Yeah, I'm what's his name who wrote the book? Was citing real historical records. So real historical records can be true and correct, but can still mischaracterize things. I'll grant you that. But yeah. Faroes look like it. Niagara Falls. Oh, the Faroes Islands. Yeah. Here. Yeah, that does sort of look like either Niagara Falls or Victoria Falls in Africa. Maybe that is Niagara Falls. I don't know. Where is it? It's right around here. Is where Victoria Falls. Imagine writing that the U.S. preferred. Well, there's a bunch of Americans that prefer to live under the British. They're called Canadians. All right. Okay. Army HQs and Corps HQs have advanced. Very good. And let's come back up here and let's do airport and railroad capacity. That's why they're Canadians, yeah. But they're Americans. Now, I know a lot of you people think American means U.S. citizen, but Mexicans are Americans because Mexico's in America. Brazilians are Americans because they're from South America. I know shorthand we think of as U.S. citizens as citizens of the United States of America, but Americans are a European-based cultural group that has gone through the colonization process. Sort of like Australians are in ways, sort of Australians and New Zealanders are sort of like Americans. I mean, they're not Americans, and they're not like, you know what I mean by, because they've been altered or changed their culture from their original home culture by being a colonization situation. National focus to supply factories at the start, right? Okay, heat wave. Again, I don't like the propaganda of that heat wave. Well, playthrough, we picked the national focuses. Yes, we did the examine factories national focus. We're doing short-term economic boosts for 36. I'll go to long-term in 37 and 38 and 39, but 36 is short-term. And I did the economic national focus and examine our factories. That got us two regular factories and two major manufacturing plants. Well, yeah. And go for the army one. Oh, we're back to low power. Oh, we're back to medium. Good. Yeah, that means more research. Pause. Yeah, I like to do the economic ones until the war really starts. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's the one I like to do. So I think it's a very good choice. Improve security units, very good. Austria. And lack of trees in Faroes. Yeah, I don't know that there's enough thawing through the ground to allow trees to have roots growing deep. That is a problem if you go too far north. Yeah, about Scotland is about as north as I want to get, quite honestly. Okay, expand our heavy interest. Now this, I believe, again say I believe, is based on our current selection of ministers. If somebody knows better, they can. Too many. Yeah, well, okay. And that was Stuttgart, was it? Stuttgart. Why am I blanking on all this? No, that wasn't it. Sort of do know my German. Why am I blanking on Stuttgart? No. That's Schweinfurt, yeah. Not in the star. Where is it? 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 That's Cologne. Cologne. Dresden, Leipzig. I'm failing German Geography 101. Stuttgart, South Germany, Greenfield, South Germany. There we are. Great. Okay, so we've already maxed out our building potential. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I was failing German Geography. Sorry about that. Yeah, we've maxed out our building capacity there, which is what we want to do. Work on the concentration of factories. So we'll go back to this much better looking map. Yeah, that's just about perfect. We're maximizing our factory output. Administrative minister gives HICs, yes. Yeah, I'm going to have to go in, and one of the things I got to do is go in and look at all of these great compromisers and administrative genius that you've assigned to these people, and then figure out what effects they should be attached for TRE, because I have, I would say better, partially just because they're tailor-made to my appreciation of the individuals and the conditions and the organizations they represent, that are, you know, unique minister types, and then just add to the thing so that you get the similar sort of building bonuses while having my version of the, you know, ongoing effects as I judge them. I'm not saying I'm right, and well, the generic game is obviously generic, and it's the same for all nations. I'm doing a tailored one, and yes, it's wild ass guesses, but it's based on my appreciation of things. So I'll have to go in and add those. Minister types. Annex, finally you got hold of the territory down here. Finally, Italy. Took you long enough. May 36. All right. Okay, so we are in positive. We're in positive territory. Okay. What he's talking about is administrative genius. Here is Schacht here has his minister trait is administrative genius, where I forget what I call him, and have my own set of modifiers based on what I think of Schacht, and I'll just need to, but I call it the historical different terms. And so, yeah, I'll have to do this kind of stuff to see to have similar ones that will spawn appropriate buildings based on what you guys have done, but just tailor it a little more for Germany. Well, I'm talking about what I'm going to have to do when I convert TRE to work, because TRE, I keep clicking the wrong thing. TRE, I went in and made unique ministers for all of the major historical figures, not and I'll have to come up with, and I'll probably base a lot of what you're doing off of this. Now here, I was one thing, Doze, since you're still hanging around here. This, I would say, is incorrect. You have jet engine practical decay here, but Heinkel was the main proponent of jet engines. So even if whether they should both have that, or Heinkel should be bigger than Messerschmitt's, than Willys, because Heinkel is the one that latches on to Hans Olin, the sort of creator of the German jet engines, and starts pouring money down his throat and giving him, facilities to develop jet engines in the Heinkel facility. So Heinkel is the main proponent of jet engine production, and the first, functional jet fighter that Germany produces is a Heinkel. They don't end up producing it in numbers. It was just, prototypes that they end up doing the Messerschmitt. But it's really Heinkel is the jet stuff. So unique minister type, but better mention that. Oh my God, since he okay, yeah. And so, yeah, and it's like I can see here, Willie Messerschmitt, and that's the kind of things that I do for TRE, is give unique minister types to Germany as I see the situation going. But okay, so yeah, I'll mention that. Oh my God, sometime. And I don't know who. Well, I know who Krupp is. Is it really Gustav is the one that's around this time? I don't know. And I know who some of these, and Frick, obviously, I know. But more interior ministry, technical specialist, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know Carl Witzel, but we can look at some of the German national prizes and stuff, come up with some better technical. I have to look, I can't spew out the names, but I got some stuff I can look at to improve. give some choice, more historically based choices. Because I think once the jet engine is working, efficiently, Messerschmitt embraces it. Absolutely. The first nation that I know to have an operational jet fighter is Italy. And I think it's like in 38. Now, I think at the time the 109 or whatever is basically as fast. It's not a fast jet, but it is a jet. They were, some of pushing the technology, some of the hardest. But it wasn't, and they didn't produce them in any number. It was just it was proper prototypes. But so Italy was going down the jet production as well. Just didn't have the resources, and their technical or their performance increase wasn't much. Welded plate construction events. I think that's industry. No, I think that I'm changing my mind. Yep, over here. All right. So, and are we? Yes, we're right now in balance. I'm sure you find better. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not. Look, with TRE, I'm specializing in Germany, and it's looking at it focused wise, and I may look at some of the Italian stuff that Pavellini had. That I don't know if you incorporated, because I know he also may have given some of it to Black Ice Standard. Pavellini was my main contributor for Italy for TRE. There are some other nations, but I didn't look at it, and Pavellini is the best expert that I have on fascist Italy that I know. I haven't talked to him in a few years. I hope he's doing well. Industry advance. And so, yeah, being focused in on something like Germany and events and ministers allows me to do a more detailed job. I want to avoid from being better, because you have to sort of do the job for everywhere. I totally get that. It's just, and so I want to try to parallel what you're doing in the effort. Okay, let's do medium fuel tank and submarine hull advance, which we probably have to stop as well. No, what's we not get the industry turned off? I think that's maybe it. Yes, I thought I got that turned off. Right, okay. Submarines. Let's see, what do we want to do here? Not so much. Okay, let's start looking at 37. So we will start with artillery range finding equipment. Oh yeah, no, the Black Ice guys are doing great. Okay, they're buying chromium. They really are doing great. Oh, I don't like vanilla Koi 3. I almost quit playing it until I found Black Ice, so yeah. Escorts, yeah, we'll continue hydrophone. All right, well, let's pause this. I think we're going to end this episode, not the live stream, but the episode now. So I want to thank everyone watching later on YouTube, and of course, well, people watching now too. Thank you. We'll be back next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yeah, we're going to make another episode here. You guys are, glad to have you around. We're going to continue. I was going to say don't go anywhere. Well, yeah, if you want to go somewhere, go somewhere, but yeah. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3 with, very importantly, Black Ice 10.41. And yes, as we were just talking in chat, it is the only reason I'm continuing to play this, because quite honestly, I believe right now, under current conditions, Hearts of Iron, their finest hour, is not as good as Hearts of Iron 3, their finest hour, is not as good as Hearts of Iron 4, Battle for the Bosphorus, with all the DLCs. Hearts of Iron 4 is better. But with Black Ice, Hearts of Iron 3, Black Ice is better than Hearts of Iron 4. So it's due to not just the current Black Ice team. We have to remember people like Panzeroo, Hadadad, and others, Marnman, others that really did a lot of the basic work, getting everything up and going as far as it had. But the current team is also improving things. And by the way, you saw the terrible text color, but have you checked the new battle plan icons? Well, okay, I don't really use battle plans, so no, I've not really checked the new battle plan icons. Okay, I don't care, so let's dump these. Delete currently. Okay, delete currently. Just deleting all these. So I mean, it looks nice, but I don't care. Don't use them. It's the ones you draw. Oh, well, I don't even use those. Sorry. I know that was a big feature they talked about when it came out, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I quite honestly, I really don't even know how to use them. I mean, it's literally sort of that kind of thing. I've never cared about them. So it's just something that is meaningless to me, quite honestly. If some people like them, want to use them, great. I have no problem with that. The only thing I really like about battle plans in Hearts of Iron 4 is their use for either airborne operations or their use for naval invasions. Those are really, really good setups for that kind of thing. Okay, we need to find somebody with some money that we can sell supplies to. Does the Netherlands want supplies? Maybe not. No. Iran, will they buy? No. Romania, will Romania buy supplies? No. Why don't they buy supplies? They have money. People's Republic of China, I don't think we can physically trade with. Finland, will Finland buy supplies? No. Well, we're going to have to either cut something back or... Well, good, Beam Slam. I don't mean it in any way to think negatively somebody does. It's not my play style is all. So I've never been interested in it. Yep, okay, we'll sell you supplies. Now let's... Where is Italy on this? Oh, Japan. Belgium doesn't. We're trying to sort by money. Okay. I No, nothing there. Okay, so who are we going to cut off from our current purchasing? Well, we're only really buying from the Soviet Union. If they're not going to buy our supplies, oh, I want to go back to name. Don't know. Can't let this go on. Have you found any noticeable changes? Well, stability is the big change. Klaus, I mean, that's the big change. Ministers that, well, also you have the science minister, which is added here. You can see that it scrolls up and down by one. And that, well, Land Force and Air Force and whatever training specialist. I just don't know how necessary this was. I'm not saying this is bad or wrong. It's just I don't know. And now the ministers, depending on what ministers you have in, gives out what sort of specialty buildings you get. Okay, long range submarine class as advanced, which is probably grayed out. Yes, and submarine engine advanced, which is, I guess, not grayed out. But we'll move both of these over to here. Okay, another couple of days and then we're going to have to stop this. Importing some stuff. Okay, yeah, we're gonna. Okay, who are we going to stop? Well, I guess from the Soviet Union here. 21 rare materials for 26, and that would just about do it. So, yeah, I hate to disrupt these because these guys are going to lose this other stuff here, but. The international trading system is collapsing before my eyes right now. Uh-oh. Well, let's come down here, see what, well. Yep, no longer receiving money for that. These are spiraling out of control. Egypt. We give them some, yes, hey, Egypt, cool, nice. See, Beamflam, if you look at some of my older series with this, you see that I'm sort of more dynamic than with unit operations, and to follow plans too much more looking for, you know, opportunities, you know, that weak spots in the line where they're collapsing and push that way. And so I don't follow plans terribly well. Mass events. Stop that. And high density alloys, which I think is a grayed out here, probably. Yep. And stormtrooper tactics, we'll let that continue, I know. Now, yay. 36 basic anti-tank ammunition. Yeah. I do like in here that they have fairly long radio range for the HQ, so they don't have to keep them right near the units that they control, but I try to keep them in the in the idea that they're all in Army Group Center or whatever together. But yeah, I'm just not one that's going to follow plans well enough. Brazil, we would give them money. Okay, no, we want money. We don't have enough money. Now, who, what, where, somebody. Okay, now the Netherlands. Do you want to buy supplies from us now that you're in the now? What are the Dutch being meanies? They're not buying from us either. Republic of China, they should like us, but they're not. Why don't they buy from us? Okay, basic education investment. Good. That opens up advanced education. And we are having problems, more economic. Oh, good. Okay. Well, they have two. No, impossible already. We haven't even got there yet. Okay, well, it's still better than nothing. Spanish Republic. No. Don't seem to either want fuel or supplies. Bolivia we can't trade with. Ecuador we could, but I don't know that they'd like us enough. Oh, yes. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get to... No. Yeah, that's... Well. Okay. We are back to low popularity. Okay. Okay, so they're getting, oh, where, what is it? One of these here I just went over. Their internal factors, they're getting plus. Yeah, that, I don't like that. I don't, can say it just bothers me. Great War analysis. We're going to let that continue. Direct fire unit. Okay. Now. I guess we're in a deficit situation already, so we're not going to add any more. Low popular hitting us. Yeah, it's mystifying as to what's causing it. I get the idea that it's just some sort of thing that is like, well, hey, popularity or I don't know, something that is going on, but it's nothing I know how to affect. Like I say, I know that the more you have a unified cabinet and party helps, and over here with intelligence and having raising, well, what we can do here is let's reduce, let's go to level 2 and level 3. So this, now that will, because we have national unity is, no, we're going to go back to this, raising national unity because we'd like to get it up to 100%. Yeah, so radios advance. Electronic radio's good. Yeah, that's it for this panel. Yeah, we'll do it. Heavy armor forging. Baver is killed. Okay. Continue. No, we're not going to continue the Euro bomber program. This will get us some prototypes, and as before, it pushes twin engine bomber bay over, so maybe shouldn't do so much of that early on. I guess we can start doing engine research. Well, I never pay attention. I've never even tried to do coups with the game, so it's just an area that I don't play. I look more to his history. Okay, small warship and engine, which let's just. Oh, I guess they're grayed out, so then we don't have to do that. Right. Okay. Yeah, like I say, I really don't play the spy war well at all. There we go. With intelligence and disrupt national unity and whatnot, and pick a nation. Canada. Go for it. Okay, how are we doing on spies? Okay, let's start spying on Japan with our extra spies, and we will do tech espionage. That's about the only thing I do. See if we can steal some naval techs. Everything else, I think I'm going to be up near the top. Yeah, South Africa. I've done a little research into that. Someday, some more of that stuff might get incorporated into Tanganyika. Someday, maybe, kind of thing. Not like someday it will, but someday maybe. Well, Germany had very, very little interest down there. But yeah, had they wanted to. The biggest problem is for Germany is the Afrikaners are deeply religious people. And so if you're looking at, so the Nazis get very little support down there because it is clear to them that the Nazis are anti-Christian. And so, I mean, they're vehemently anti-Christian. And the Afrikaners have a very fundamentalist Christian viewpoint. And so, although there's a lot of anti-British feeling, there's definitely, racial feelings. Now, they're not so much concerned about the Jews as they're concerned about the Africans around them. And so there's a lot of issues there that they might find in common with the Nazis. And there is a Nazi party element, and this is the Afrikaners are different than the Germans in former, the Southwest Africa. And there are some leading sort of political and cultural figures that do sort of buy into the German things, and a bunch of them are eventually put into camps. But even though ones that aren't are basically told to shut up by the rest of the South African, Jan Smuts types. And so they really, the bad deal that they see that they have with the British is to them infinitely better than the terrible deal that would happen if the Nazis are in power. And so they just don't want to go down that road. And it just because the Nazis, the anti-Christian stuff is just way too much for them. And I think that's still to this day it's a very, very big thing. So their prime minister was from an anti-British party, but had to, yeah, but like I say, it's they not that they like that, that they've lost, to Britain in a horrific war, and they contributed to the horrificness of the war, but they don't like that. But it comes down to, do you want to live in a world of darkness just because you hate your overlords, or do you want to live in a world of light and your overlords you don't like? And so they choose the world of light. And that's sort of what Gandhi chooses for India, instead of going down, like my friend Azad's would have preferred, as having India rise up and support the Axis and kick the British out. Yeah, but that world would have been a very, very dark world. And Gandhi and others realize this. So that, yeah, the Quit India movement is still strong, but it's like, yeah, we're in this war with you, together. We'll deal once the war is over. We'll deal with our continued separation issues from you. But yeah, Chandra Bose is a significant political figure in India, but he is still, I think, at least my appreciation of it, still a minor political figure in India. All of the major political factions end up backing the British against, Germany and the Japanese. They see both of them as being worse, considerably worse than what the British would be. And it's only the captured prisoners, because to the best of my knowledge, there is no zero mass revolt of Indian troops against being part of the British Army. It is only captured soldiers, very large, a few divisions worth, in Japan, in the Japanese case, that they go, yeah, being a prisoner of the Japanese really, really sucks. They're offering to let us join their side and make it not so suck, and they're claiming they're going to free India, and yeah, so they join up. But there is no revolts, no mutinies, nothing that I can detect of any British or of any Indian units that are fighting for the British against the other sides. It just doesn't happen, to the best of my knowledge. So yeah. So you look at that kind of thing, and that's somewhat similar. Where can I get black ice? Well, if someone, it's on the forum there. If someone, if Dozed is still around, he can post the link again. Or if Arno is around, he can maybe. Oh, I don't know if he has the link to post. No, not on Steam. It's purely through purely through the forum. It is not a Steam-based mod. You have to go into the forum, the Black Ice forum. So yeah, not Steam so much. At least not that I know of through Steam. Yeah, no, it's you have to go into the modding forum for Black Ice, and I don't have that pulled up here. I don't know. He posted it earlier in chat. I don't know if you can scroll up and find it. The link, Arno. Doze did post it when he was here earlier, so I don't know if you can see that and repost it in YouTube chat. I believe it was. Was it YouTube chat, or? Because I know I can't copy and paste into my thing. I can see both of the things. Where was it? I'm trying to go up and see if he. Oh yeah, it's in Twitch chat. If you go up far enough and find Doze, quite a ways up, if you can find it, he posts it. Yo, he did. Okay, good. I'm just scrolling back down. Thank you, Doze. Yeah, no, it's allowed. Sometimes a moderator needs to approve some of the stuff, but it is allowed. Okay, small warship. ASW is a go, and we will come over to small warship technology in 1934 and get that going. So yeah, both India and South Africa are interesting what if possibilities, but it's not close to happening. Germany would have found more allies in Tanganyika, I think, than in South Africa, but that's another thing. Germany was quite popular with their Askaris. And the British weren't quite as popular with their Askaris in former German territories. Okay, monumental architecture and broadcasting. Okay. And yes, they formally annexed that. Whatever. Okay. Back to here. I think we have yes. We'll continue that. I know I see that, but let's look for other. Yes, there we go. Mountain warfare equipment. We'll get that. Pushing ahead on. Yeah, well, it's a an anti-cheating or anti-piracy measure is what that is. You have to have a registered copy of the game to get into the forum. We're not allowed to direct link the mod outside of the forum, so we can give you the link to the mod to the post in the forum. So if you have access to it, you can get in there and then you can download it. Where the workshop now for Steam, yeah, you have to have the game as well installed. So obviously there are ways around it, and I'm sure somebody does it at some point, but we're not allowed to do it. Seaport capabilities. So yeah, I never give out the actual direct download link. I give a link to the post that has the. What else happened? I see. Yeah. Oh, we're rolling artillery barrages. Okay. Deep battle. No. Yeah, we're going to continue that. I just want to control the Cape and the ability to starve the allies in Africa to submission. Yeah, I hear you. Okay, we're now again into negative. More prayers in the main page. Yeah. Well, I don't use the I never really. I mean, sure, I've been there a few times for Hoy 2, and I do own a version of the game now, but never installed it. Okay. These guys, Sweden, would they want? No. Italy, they have money. Italy, my friends, Italy. No, Italy doesn't like us well enough to buy supplies from us. How interesting. Greece, do you want to buy fuel? No. So this is where I sort of run into, and I don't know. I just quite honestly don't know if it's the nations are now trying to save up for their massive, buying strategic resources or whatnot. I don't know if that's the case or not. That's why some of these other powers, and I understood the idea of the sort of on super hard levels being able to suck the US and the Soviet Union dry of resources, and I'm not trying to do, I'm not trying to be gamey in that way. What is the situation? No, I want to come to name. Situation with the Soviet Union. Okay, they have almost no money. Maybe I just don't buy the or play this buying the supplies and what game will have. I don't think it's that, quite honestly. Is it the form really hasn't changed since? Oh, good. They want fuel now. Good. Since in the days before Hoi 4 was announced. So I don't really think it's that. Yeah, I figured, but yeah. To a point, yeah, they're not really making any more money on this game. But they are smart enough to realize that they want happy customers. So seaport level 1. Okay, yeah, we'll take that now. I know we're going to get a money resources +1. Great. Oh, let's come here. Let's do that. Okay. Did they fix the Soviet invasion? Dozed. I don't know exactly what Sun Mingo is referring to on YouTube. Yeah, we are a small minority, true. Hello, Jackal Park. I guess it's Parker. I guess that's how you say that. So, did they fix the Soviet invasion? I don't know that there was a fix, but big balancing stuff wouldn't be me. Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're referring to. The Soviet invasion. I guess we could have this open, so sort of an important window as well. Building railroads during Barbarossa, it was always buggy. Okay, I don't know. I know the events or decisions you're talking about. When you controlled enough of the area, you got to upgrade the railroads or the infrastructure. I always, for myself, always waited until I really sort of controlled that area well before accepting, firing those decisions, and not just partially to really make sure. So I'm not sure. Well, I'm I've defeated the Soviet Union a lot, including on hard levels, so I'm not sure. Now I have supply issues, when I get out here to the Urals and stuff, and even some stuff earlier. Yeah, more supply is more my problem more than movement. But yeah, the Soviet, particularly the general winter offensive thing. Well, they've changed some of that. Effects for winter with the different buildings, so it's changed a bit. Hey Ragar, how you doing? Yeah, they don't do notifications too well, but generally Saturdays and Sundays around this time I'm on. Sure, Plunk advance, very good. We'll be over here, and we're gonna let that continue since it's a 1936. Netherlands would like money in exchange for rare materials. No, thank you. Yeah, so it's we'll see how it is when we get there. I'm keeping an open mind on some of that stuff. I definitely think winter should be a big thing in the Soviet Union, where it shouldn't be and nearly as big in most of Western Europe and things. So hey, thanks for following the channel. Do appreciate it, everyone. Hello, Sun Mingo over on Twitch. Good to have you over here as well. I'm guessing it's the same person with slightly different screen name, but yeah, one word. Okay, ordering the battleship Bismarck. Let's see, had Moscow besieged down to 1 division of conscripts peasants with 30 and it dropped 20 new divisions into Moscow once via an event. Yeah, I don't like some of those types of things. Yeah, I don't like some of those types of things. They make me upset as well. Okay. We're going to go, well, we'll just look here for benefit of the viewers. I already know which one I want to get. We have the choice of small entertainment shows, small heroic tales, and small news. Well, small news, national unity, ruling party support. That would be good to get our government and support up better. That actually would be fairly good. We're doing okay on some of that. But territorial pride, I don't need. And I really find that you don't need consumer good reduction during wartime. So this is normally a peacetime. So I go here first to reduce consumer good needs during peacetime. So we're going to do that first. So that would be small entertainment shows. Well, very good. And it's not, I get some of the reasons why some of those spawn events are there, but still, when they do things like that, that is a bit of a Oh no, okay, no, this is just the monumental buildings. That's right. Okay, so we now have monumental buildings, not grand infrastructure projects. Okay, not the national highways, mining, railroad, tycoon, agricultural group, but we have these others. Of all of these, again, the one that I want to start off with is, in the beginning, is the research, the advanced education. One, so universities. I really don't like, I mean, I know what it is, so I mean, it's more advanced education investment here, right? Okay. When you're looking at, and it's called Imperial Universities here. You just call it the same thing wherever, between the two of them. So build this, yes, 2,000 money, yes, we have enough. Does not go down below 2,000 to trigger their inappropriate use of money in this game. It's better to have spawned in each week or so. There we go, more leadership. Barely is on this nice 1936 tech. And we can do it. Well, yeah, we'll do that. Don't really need to yet. We don't have much of those. And we can come over here for this, and we have a 0.05 we can put into that for right now. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's, it's the idea that How much? This has always been a big question for me in a mod like Black Ice. How much should the mod um, compensate for bad AIs? Well, if the game was still being worked on, I'm vehemently against it because I would rather just have everybody screech at the developers, your game's fucking broken, fix the game. I know that's sort of a simplistic statement. Fix what about the game? Well, fix the combat AIs. Teach the AI to have a strategic reserve. Teach the have the either do battle plans or whatever for the AI to follow, scripted ones I mean, or have the AI more dynamically work better. Well, we know that they're not going to do any more work on Hearts of Iron 4, and none of us have won the lottery and been able to buy the IP rights to Hearts of Iron 3 or 4 or whatever and get the game working the way we want to have it working. So how much should it do with spawning of events and things? Some I'm good with. It's a balancing act, and I'm sure I will change my opinion over time with playing through whether I'm agreeing with something or disagreeing with something. So actually we're making it to July. Wow. Steel armor casting capability, very good. Let's see if we want to continue this. Yes, we will continue this. I don't know what they would... What would, because basically you're buying the term Hearts of Iron and whatnot, so you're buying all the Hearts of Iron from them, not just 3 or not just 4. So what would they take to sell it? I don't know that they would want to. I'm almost sure they wouldn't want to, but eventually at some point, because it's a publicly traded company, how much you could just buy the company for, I don't know. What I don't know if the shareholders of Paradox, because they've gone public now, what the various shareholders of Paradox would be willing to sell their shares for of Paradox Interactive, and then take it. So I don't know what it would be, but it probably wouldn't be cheap. Hello, Mac. How you doing over there? I'm doing well. I'm calling you Mac. I know it's Cyrillic, so I'm sure I'm butchering that. It's probably an H or something. Is it an M and H or something? Nah, I don't know. Or is it H and N? I don't know. Oh, it's possible. Yeah, it would be possible. And I have a game in my head that definitely has elements of Hearts of Iron 3 and 4 in it, but my development of the game predates that. I'm saying in my head, not anything ready to like build or do. But yeah, you could start again, but you need a lot of development money. A lot. Won't go into it now. Some of the stuff that no one else has done, including Paradox has done, that would be really nice to do in a game. And I don't have the programming talents to do it, so obviously you got to hire people to do that. I think the only company that would be interested would be Slytherin, but I don't know that they have the money backing it to be able to do it. I doubt they do. But yeah, I could help design a game that would be better than anything that's Hearts of Iron for a good game. Yeah, I hear you, but well, Podcat, who's currently running. This is my understanding. I'm sure some details are wrong, but Podcat, who's currently managing Hearts of Iron 4, is not part of the original development team of Hearts of Iron 3. He comes in after it's released, I think somewhere like around For the Motherland or something. I'm not sure. Again, I probably have something wrong here. But so, and it was Johan who was, the main sort of driver of this, I believe, and who basically, what do I say? He was the main producer, main driver, main whatever for Imperator Rome, and we see what a lazy game that turned out to be. Lazy effort, putting into the game. Imperator Rome. I really like Imperator Rome, especially how it is now, but it still could use a lot more immersion development, a lot more. But they just got lazy with that game, in my opinion, and I think it comes down to Johan. I like the guy, but I don't know. And so I hear your idea on the people, but truth is still very niche compared. Yeah, well, that's sort of what I'm saying is Slitherine is a very niche company. Slitherine Matrix, they're basically the same company now. Which are coming out with War in the East 2 this year, and fairly soon they're going to be doing, we've already got a video up of Warplan Pacific out, so they would be interested, but I don't know that they have the money to put into the development of it. But they would be interested in it, I'm sure. If it was something that they would for sure publish it. I'm absolutely sure. If you were, you gotta obviously call it something different than Hearts of Iron. But if the game that I'm thinking of, what it would be like, they would happily publish it. It just comes down to, I don't think they have the money to develop it. Tell Barbarossa, please check if the Soviet research production is adequate things or not. Found out that they do nothing in research and produce. Well, I don't know, but there is I don't know what those can say about can say about what the research for current job. Yeah, over Macover wants to know on YouTube if in this version, do the Soviets do research and produce fighter bombers instead of troops or whatever? I don't. So I don't know if it's AI research production has been completely overhauled. Does the saying. He's the main EULA programmer for Black Ice. So he's the person who would know. Yeah, better overall. Yeah, better overall company. Yeah, I do. Just so you know, here, full disclosure, I do as a contract do work for Slitherine, so streaming. So yeah, I'm definitely hooked up with those guys over in Slitherine, and I know a bunch of them and work with them. Okay, Industrial Zones Organization has advanced. So when I'm saying stuff like that, there is a relationship going. Industrial, they'll be over here, and I guess no, where are we? Industrial zones, here, there we are. Looking right at it and missing it. Okay, and we have a Spanish Civil War breaking out, which I think we have a decision to fire there, but first let's see about some research anti-air ammunition. Let's do that. I think that, yeah. Ended up torching them with naval bombers, yeah. Hungary would like metal, yes. Soviet Union, we would give them money for rare materials. No, not that much money for that's too much. And Spanish Civil War intervention, yes, please. Let's see what we might be able to. Okay, Soviet Union. Well, we could sell them some supplies, maybe? Maybe we should have taken that and sold supplies. That would have been better. Okay, well, no. We should have taken that offer. Well, producing some naval stuff as the Soviet Union is an all right thing, but yeah, they don't need to waste. Okay, yes, we will sell you energy. We need to waste. Yeah. Well, one of the problems is, at least seemingly, and I don't know if this is corrected, but is the AI reordering, clearing out, or whatever you want to say, stuff from the production queue. So if something like a submarine seems like a good idea to the AI in 1940 or something, before the war with this Germany kicks off, and they're still in production, or like early 41, the winter, spring 41, and then Germany attacks. They don't clear that out. At least I don't think they do. So that is sort of a problem with the AI. Oh yeah, and the Soviets definitely had submarines. Not always sure what they really thought they were going to do with a lot of them, but yeah. Okay, giant infrastructure project. That we'll do next year. And Secretary of Public Information. And we're going to come over here. Battle Commander Recognition. And we have a teeny bit more we'll put into motorized HQs. Sub-dockyards and factories shouldn't interfere with making trucks and tanks. Yeah, well, you got to go to Hearts of Iron 4 to get that sorted out to a degree. Okay, heavy AA guns advance. That, I think, is here. Yep. Okay, close that. Nav tactics and nav strike tactics. Down here. We'll let that continue. So those two will continue. And we'll just find something to, yeah, fighter pilot training, go with that. No. Yes, okay, Soviets, a little bit extra money, but we need something like 13. Oh, we should be getting more. Well, maybe we'll be able to find somebody to sell, including them, supplies to. Or no. Well, destroyers, I guess, are now back to being individual ships in the game. That's sort of been fluctuating, subs and destroyers, whether they were groups or, flotillas or individuals. Really? Really, people? Strategic resource. The U.S. is going to sell a strategic resource. I know it's just zinc. It isn't helium or something like that. To the Soviet Union. I mean, yeah, FDR administration is leftist, but not that leftist. Could you tell if any changes in the supply system are made since... I don't know. Well, yeah, there is some changes. Fundamentally, there is no ability to change some of the fundamental elements, but they do have. Oh, where is it here? Railhead or rail terminus. There we are. These help out, I gather, in some ways for supplies. I haven't really looked into it too deeply, but they do have that. That is a help with supplies. Well, the U.S. should not be selling helium to anybody. I don't know that they would. I don't think they will, but they should not be. I still don't know how historically correct. What is it here? Yeah, this helium is. The reason I wonder about it is why was Germany so much wanting to get American helium if they could buy it from Poland? Because I think Poland would have sold it to them, in 1938 or whatever. So I don't know how correct this is. I just don't know of this. I don't know where this information comes from. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just have no information on this. And I know Germany was desperately trying to buy helium from the United States, and the US says nope. So bichromite from Soviets would be very willing to sell. I don't think Canada would sell copper to the Soviet Union. I just don't buy that. Okay. See, this is why it's going to get the whole strategic selling stuff is going to get taken out in TRE. I'm just not buying that. Yeah, well, I think it was in the 90s that the U.S. starts exporting helium, and we're dwindling our resource down of it. And you're right, out in America, I guess, Amarillo. I didn't know it was specifically there. But it comes up with a natural gas and is separated out from natural gas, primarily in the United States, I believe. Yeah, Jack, I'm getting rid of because what I'm doing is I'm disabling the flags that set all that stuff up at the start of the game. So we shall break the reds, gain national unity. That is very good. And again, I always pick this early on because it might extend unit recruiting time a little bit, but I don't care about land organization when I'm at peace. Well, okay. Well, what you're seeing is something that the modders can't deal with, unfortunately. What you're talking about there, Mac, is the supplies come based out of the capital. And then it sees, oh, over here, they need a bunch of supplies. So it sends a bunch of supplies. And then oops, well, they've moved over to here. Well, instead of sending the supplies that we're sending here to send them over there, they say, well, let's send these back. While these are heading back, they send new sets of supplies from Berlin out here. And then when you no longer need them, so a lot of stuff gets stuck and actually gets supply taxed as it's sent out and then sent back to the capital. It's a really effed up system, and the best thing I do is make heavy transports and just fly in supplies. Pretend, it doesn't have to be, a cutoff situation like Stalingrad. I have. You can look at my older series. I'll try to get 6, 8, 12 heavy transport aircraft, and I'll just create an air link from like Berlin to about as far east as I can to maybe somewhere like here, and then from here to here, and then from here have several, and then just fly supplies to critical sectors as I'm moving east, and just try to have supply bridges and just link them up. So, you know, flying supplies to this airbase, and this airbase is flying supplies east to here, and this, you know, is flying them out to here, or whatever it is. And I just do that, and it's very expensive. That's the best thing I've found to keep units supplied on the Eastern Front. And it's only critical ones, but it's how I manage it. And it's the only thing I've ever found that's moderately effective. Expand our heavy industry, great news. Okay, Potsdam. That is, again, I'm going to blank on this. I hate doing this. Why? Potsdam is here. Yes. Okay. Well, I guess it's checking to see if there's a minimum of 2. It would be nice. Just an input is for these events to check to have at least 4 regular ICs, because we have, you know, places like Munich that would be better for heavy industry. Well, Nuremberg, you know, we're building up, would be better. Yeah, there's a lot of places better than a random just minimum 2. I would make it minimum 4 placement for this. But yeah, max that out. That's just what I would do. Not saying that you have to do it my way or anything, but I would say minimum 4 for giving a heavy industry building. Yeah, Stalingrad, yeah. Whether it's Stalingrad, you know, down here. Now, the other thing to do is, of course, what I always do is make sure Germany has one of these ports down here, and there's some events to give them the Italian ports of Paola and Fiume. And then run supplies out of here, because you can, unless they've changed it, can supply through the Bosphorus here, and run supplies out from Germany to here, so that they go straight from German territory to the ports along the eastern side of the Caucasus, as well as any other German controlled ports that you get here. I specifically try to do a naval or an airborne invasion to get like Tel Aviv or Beirut or somebody, so that there's a German port that I can supply in this way as well. But it does help to have supplies coming into some of these ports. Now, once you have a direct link, Germany comes in and gets all the way through here. They don't supply it that well, coming through the ports. But I don't know if there's anything that can be done to better naval supply, but also run naval supply up along this coast to these ports. It does help. And it's also good if you're doing that, to put on like a garrison unit or something onto the port, so it sees that this unit needs supply here, and so at least run some supply, and then hopefully more will filter out into the general environment. Okay, we're down. Let's see. Soviets. They have no money functioning there, actually. Yeah, I wish we could have railways so bad. Nothing that modders can really do. TRP did the best job. I've never actually played it, but I looked at his stuff. That was sort of the one hope for railways. But Paradox doesn't seem to understand railways. I tried to explain it to them. I go, that's infrastructure. I go, no, that's infrastructure. Well, it doesn't work well. No. So, yeah, I tried. Maybe. Okay, we have a maybe for fuel. Okay, let's just see if we can do that. See if we can get a maybe out of France into a yes. Nope. Okay, didn't expect it, but thought we would try on a maybe. No, I don't want to sell oil. Italy, will you buy something? No. Let's try again with fuel. Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia. Oh, well. But there's a difference between road infrastructure and rail. And what I wanted rail to do in whether 3 or 4, Hearts of Iron 3 or 4, is I wanted rail to be required for the beginning point and ending point and the route of travel for any strategic redeployments. So you would have to move them along rails and make supplies flow much more freely along rail paths. Now, I know there's only supply effects in Hearts of Iron 3, but if you have a corridor that you can, if you control a corridor going east that includes the rail lines, and it's just a small corridor, then you can supply larger units. Again, theoretically, like a Stalingrad, that if you control the rails up to at least like to here, it's a narrow corridor, then you're fine. But if the Soviets control the rails and you're like trying to move supplies across these empty parts of Russia, no. And so they're looking very much at Europe, and where there's so many railways going everywhere. Not every one of these provinces necessarily has railways, but it's close enough that it doesn't really matter. And where you get in places like, in some of these mountainous zones that, not really, but it's close enough and it isn't that big of an issue. And so, railways could really make it, especially in places like Asia and Africa. Why Japan moves in along certain places and doesn't need to do it others is purely railway situations. Oh, and maybe river transports too, and that could be a thing, but I'm not asking. I think that might be asking too much if they also did that. Yeah, use taxis. Yeah, I get that. Okay, well, I think it's time to end the episode here. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't again already, please follow the channel, or subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch. Really do appreciate that. Love to hear your inputs on things. And again, this is so much more stable. So thank you, Black Ice team, for making a incredibly more stable game. I think it may be even more stable than 911. Not sure on that. Rivers and railways can be handled by the same algorithm. Yeah, I hear you, but I would want, because like this is the navigable river into Czechoslovakia right up through here. This one is. It would be useful. I'm not sure how far is navigable up for barge traffic. It would be good, but railways is what I think is important. I could be happy with just railways because they are critical out here. They're not so critical here. But it's a combination of just enough railways almost everywhere, and the relatively short distances. You get out here with the long distances, having that, it becomes very important. 2 things. Hey, John Beth, you made it just to basically the end of the stream here. I'm going to be ending this for today. I want to thank all of you for being here. We'll be back. I'll be back, and hopefully a few of you will be back if Arno's still around tomorrow with War Thunder, playing some War Thunder. You guys are all welcome to join in and play. We'll it's a free to play games. If you want to play, you can play. Come hang out. We'll have links up to the Discord server. Yes, War Thunder tomorrow, Arno. Very much so. And tomorrow or next week, I think it's Wednesday and Friday. I'd have to look. I'm going to be streaming for Slitherine as well, but I'm not sure on the days. Naval Edition. Well, show up early, Arno, and we can do some naval. We'll try to do that. Yeah. Well, sorry about that, but I'm getting a bit tired. I've been going at it for 5 hours now. So, or no, just 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours. But yeah. So see everyone tomorrow. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate you guys being here.